Good evening, everybody, and welcome into the Great Park for some more OC Riptide baseball action. I'm Huon Fitzpatrick alongside Andrw Giesler. The Riptide take on the Arroyo Seco Saints for the second day in a row last night up in Pasadena. Andrew, you were there, and it did not go well. What did you see?
No, it certainly didn't go well for the Riptide as they ended up falling 11-4. It was originally those first two innings that the Riptide really struggled in. 9 runs through those, specifically that nightmare of a second inning, where 7 runs came across. Only person on the Saints lineup that actually didn't come across a score in the entire game, Johnny Garber. We won't be seeing him in today's lineup, but Riptide looking to bounce back. Someone who did have a very good game, Johnny Rodriguez, who hit an absolute bomb toward right field, 410 at 97 off the bat. So he had a good game yesterday. We'll see if he can continue doing that today. But bat's got to be hot for the Riptide, and pitching's got to be on from the start.
Yeah, we've seen the pitching. It's been good at times. It's also been shaky at times. The offense has kind of turned it around these last couple games. On that 4-game win streak before the loss last night, the offense was really good. But I think for the Riptide, you talked about it, they kind of had that huge inning where they went down, and then the rest of the game, it was pretty solid. They ended up winning the rest of the game 4-2 if you take away those 9 runs. So I think if they can just be consistent from the start and have a good day from the start all the way through, and Jonathan Van Ness, who's on the mound, if he can limit the damage, I think they're in a better spot.
I think as well defensively, the Riptide have got to be focused. You can't be giving up these errors that, like you have been. The past 3 games, actually, the Riptide have given up 8 errors. In the last game last night against the Saints, the first time that they didn't allow multiple errors in a game. So that's been a very common occurrence, is the defensive faults. And normally they come in bunches. And I talked with Coach Evans about that, and he said, well, it's momentary lapses where they're just not focused for that half inning, and score gets up and up and up, and you look kind of at the earned runs compared to runs. 29 earned runs compared to 41 runs that they have given up so far this season. So it's just the mistakes that keep piling up for the Riptide.
Yeah, we saw on Wednesday night against the Malibu Marlins, they made 6 errors, ended up winning that game, but still 6 errors, 3 coming in 1 inning crunch time late in the game. So if the defense can be a little more on point, I think that puts some pressure, takes some pressure off of this pitching staff, because they can kind of not have to be really precise in that strike zone, and it allows the hitters to kind of score some runs and know that they won't have to come back more if they give up runs on errors. So I think we should be in for a good game. We have Jonathan Van Ness on the mound for the Riptide, making his second start of the summer. He pitched last time out against the Waves last week and did pretty well there. 3 innings, only gave up 1 run. So looking to have another good start like that.
Also 0 walks as well, which is something that is very notable. You talk, with Coach Evans about that, not giving up those walks and free bases, especially the wild pitches as well, which has been somewhat of a fault so far this year for the Riptide. But just focusing in, limiting the free bases, that's how you can beat a very, very good Saints team.
Yeah, no walks is a really good thing. We've seen walks come back to bite this Riptide team, especially 2-out walks. We've seen them get quick 2 outs and then walk a guy, and then the inning kind of unravels. So if Van Ness can keep that up, I think that puts a little pressure off the defense and also the offense. It lets them kind of go to work and not have to worry about being down, as we are getting ready here, meeting at home plate between the coaches, exchanging the lineups. We have another Little League night here at the ballpark, so we should be first pitch underway momentarily here from the Great Park. Another Riptide and Saints matchup in the CCL Southern Division here. Players taking the field in a second. They get lined up. So why don't we take a look at these lineups, Andrew?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the Riptide lineup, you have Navarro starting in that 1 slot. And just a quick note from me, and then you can take over the rest. I talked with Coach Evans about Navarro getting that start, and the reason that he's up there in that 1 spot, he said he, quote, can't get out lately. And I absolutely agree with him. His on-base percentage is .600, so that man is always on base. First pitch last night against the Saint, laced down the line for a triple to start things off for the Riptide. Obviously didn't go their way from there, but certainly a guy that always gets on base.
600 on base percentage, you don't see that every day, especially in pretty limited at-bats here this summer. We haven't seen a lot of games yet, so getting on base that high of a clip and not a lot of at-bats, really impressive out of Navarro. He's in that leadoff spot playing left field today. Justin Tiller, the DH, bats second. Johnny Rodriguez, who hit that monstrous home run last night, he bats third, plays first. Luke Johnson, we've seen him in the outfield, but he's back to third base today, batting fourth. Camden Sauce, batting fifth, playing shortstop. One of the newer guys on this Riptide team, Carter Dans, who's been hot in his limited action. He's in right field. Jake Evans, who we normally see at third, he's at second today. Jimmy Sakar behind the plate, and Cam Burdick, the second leadoff guy, according to Coach Evans. He'll be batting ninth and playing center field. As we said, Jonathan Van Ness on the mound for the Riptide. The visiting Saints, a bit of a different lineup that you saw from last night. Eli Lopez will lead off and play second base. Trotter Enright at shortstop. Jacob Freer, the DH. Jack Little in center. Lane Hayworth, the left fielder. Gannon Snyder at first. Keon Masseni batting seventh, playing right. J.J. Kennett, he'll be doing the catching. And Jax Ryan batting ninth, playing third. And the Saints have Luke Ballantyne on the mound for them. We'll talk about him when he comes up in this bottom of the first. But Riptide action just underway here in a second as we get ready for the national anthem. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on the Great Park. First pitch moments away as Jonathan Van Ness finishes up his warm-ups. Our umpires tonight, we have Chris Kostlow behind the plate, Keith Gibbs at first, and Frank Fluffgrat, the third base umpire, as we are set to get underway here. Eli Lopez leads off for the Saints as Van Ness almost done with his warm-ups. Again, the defense behind him, Navarro, Burdick, and Dan's the outfield. Johnson and Sauce, right side of the infield. Evans and Rodriguez, or Sauce and Johnson, left side of the infield. Evans and Rodriguez, right side. Jimmy Zakar doing the catching as we get ready here. Eli Lopez playing second base for the Saints today. He will be leading off. He takes a look at his bat now, steps in, and we are ready to go here. Another beautiful evening at the Great Park. Van Ness's first pitch, a curveball in there for strike one. A 1 pitch on the way. This one misses outside to even up the count. We talked about Van Ness in his last start against the Waves. 3 innings, only 1 run for 3 strikeouts, so he had a good day. Looking to continue that here. This pitch, slider taken off the plate for ball 2.
And you look, especially against this Saints team, the first batter is really important. Any time that the first batter got on base yesterday, they ended up putting up a whole lot of runs in the game, and anytime they didn't, they were shut out in that inning.
So yeah, leadoff guy, definitely an important out for Van Ness, as his 2-2 is a high curveball for ball 3, so in danger here of walking the leadoff guy. So got to find the strike zone, as you said. Don't want to let that guy get on, give the offense some hope. 3-1 pitch grounded back up the middle, and it's going to get through for a base hit. So Eli Lopez sends it back where it came from, and that leadoff hitter that we talked about for the Saints is on with nobody out for Trotter Enright.
That's not really a surprise. He's a guy that has an on-base percentage of .500 right now, and you look at the top 4 hitters, 3 out of the 4 have an above .500 on-base percentage, so just a tough starting kind of group in the batting order to really get out.
Yeah, Enright, one of those guys with a .500 on-base percentage to go along with a .455 batting average here this summer. Not a big lead from Lopez now. It's a little bigger. This one's poured in there on the corner for strike 1. Van Ness sets, fires this one in the dirt for ball 1 to even the count. Lopez, small lead for now. He usually gets bigger when Van Ness comes set. He does. Yeah, there he is. Bouncing off first, stays there. This one swung on and missed. Strike 2, so Trotter Enright falls behind a ball and 2 strikes. First lead on a hitter that Van Ness has had tonight.
Enright was the first of 3 batters that Nieto struck out in that 8th inning. He ended up striking out the side, was a bright spot in a pretty dismal day for the Riptide.
Lopez goes. This one grounded towards shortstop. Sauce recovers and throws to first for the out, but Lopez advances as he was running on the pitch. Good play from Camden Sauce there. Was heading to second to cover the steal, and the ball was hit where he was, and he made a good adjustment to get the out. So we'll have 1 out here in the top of the first.
It was a very good play by Sauce, but at the same time, hit and run was executed almost to perfection. Would have loved that to go straight through the hole between second and third, but runner on second either way in scoring position.
Yeah, if Sauce maybe a second earlier to the base, and that one might sneak through for a hit. First pitch is swung on, grounded to second base. Over is Evans, jump throw to first in time for out number 2. Lopez gets to third on the play, so back-to-back pretty good plays from the Riptide middle infield, and that was an emphasis in the pregame, the limiting the errors that they allow.
That's a typical third baseman that's making that play at second base. I'm sure as he was fielding that one, he's like, oh, I have loads of time to finally get this one over to first, and does.
Yeah, we've only seen Jake Evans at the hot corner this summer, so second base new for him at least this summer. The Long Beach State dirt bag. Van Ness from the windup with the runner on third. First pitch, curveball taken just upstairs. Could have gone either way. It'll be Jack Little, the center fielder tonight. 1-0 pitch, misses on the outside corner, so 2-0.
Little's one of the guys that kind of changed around. Last night was actually batting ninth and ended up switching all the way to the cleanup spot.
You don't see that every day. The guy that usually hits ninth, they put him in the power spot. So we'll see if Little can prove his worth there, as this one's fouled into the wilderness behind the Saints bullpen.
And in the same sentence, Jax Ryan, who was batting cleanup, now all the way batting in the ninth spot. So maybe just a little bit of strategery, trying to get bats all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, could work out if Little produces from the 4-hole and then Ryan comes up with some guys on, has that power. We'll see what happens. 2-1 pitch on the way, taken upstairs. 3 balls and a strike. And Jack Little, your beer batter tonight. So Great Park fans can get $2 off at the cantina if Little were to strike out. But not threatening with that, as it's 3 balls and a strike. Pitch is swung on and missed, strike 2. So Van Ness a pitch away from stranding the leadoff runner at third. That's Eli Lopez, who singled up the middle to start the game. Full count pitch is taken just upstairs for ball 4. So first walk that Van Ness allows. And we talked about the 2-out walks and how that's led to some damage against the Riptide. We'll see if Van Ness can deal with it here.
Not only is that first walk today, that's the first walk he's allowed this whole summer. So definitely not an ideal time to do that with 2 outs, but still can easily get out of this one.
Lane Hayworth now. 18 at-bats this summer, 6 hits, so he's had some success. Little leads off first, doesn't go. Little check swing that gets fouled back for strike 1 to Hayworth. So they've got a pitcher on foul ball duty for the Riptide. Looks like it's Jack Morrissey. So 1 for 1 from Morrissey. Pitch on the way, swung on and missed, strike 2. So immediately after the walk, Van Ness pours it into the strike zone. Little at first, Lopez at third, although Little, living up to his name, has a little lead at first. Now extends it, bouncing back and forth. This one in the dirt, but Van Ness still ahead of ball in 2 strikes. One-two pitch on the way. Little runs, but it won't matter as Van Ness gets the strikeout. So Saints threaten but do not score. Riptide coming up when we come back. Riptide coming up for their first at-bats of the evening. Saints got 2 runners on in the top half but did not score. Jonathan Van Ness worked around it. Bradley Navarro will lead off against Luke Ballantyne, the lefty on the hill, as Navarro, a switch hitter, will bat righty. First pitch, it catches the outside corner for strike one, and we talked in the pregame, Coach Evans saying Navarro in that leadoff spot because he can't get out right now.
Yeah, batting .438 in a relatively limited sample size that continues to increase, and on-base percentage of .600.
As this one is skied super, super high in the infield, and it'll be caught by Gannon Snyder for out number 1. So Bradley Navarro is human. Pops out there for a quick out number 1.
I think that's also a huge thing for the Saints is how efficient can their pitching be? How long can they go, and how many arms can they limit in the bullpen? Because I think they did go through 5 pitchers last night, so definitely arms are a little bit more sore than they normally would be.
Yeah, Ballantyne in his last outing, 3 scoreless innings, had 3 strikeouts, so maybe can give them some length if they need it. He'll face Justin Tiller, who swings at the first pitch and sneaks it past the third baseman for a base hit. He rounds second. Really big turn, but stays at first base. Probably smart. So Justin Tiller, who's been heating up, continues to stay hot and put it in the right place for first hit of the night for the Riptide on the base hit.
I love that he takes that pitch to the opposite side of the field, sees that Ryan at third base is moved a little bit, shifted toward shortstop position, but just sneaks one up the line and an easy hit for him.
That'll bring up the bright spot last night for the Riptide, Jonathan Rodriguez, a 410-foot home run last night. So we'll see if he can do something special here. As he swings weakly, fouls one towards first base for strike 1. We learned pregame at batting practice that at Long Beach State, Rodriguez's teammates call him Jort. I don't know where that comes from, but he said that we can call him Jort, so you might hear that tonight. As he takes a big swing and a miss for strike 2. He was looking to go 411 feet there, but he'll have to battle behind no balls and 2 strikes.
Going back to that home run, I mean, that was the farthest I've ever seen a baseball hit in my entire life. It was gone immediately.
As they pick over to Tiller, a high throw, but a good save by Snyder at first base. And Tiller, not necessarily a threat to run. We've seen him steal a base or 2 this summer, but you never know. With a lefty on the mound, it is more difficult to steal. 0-2 pitch to Rodriguez, swung up the middle. It's going to be right for 1 at second and 2 at first. So Rodriguez goes down with the double play. Riptide get a hitter on base but do not score. 0-0 through 1. Second inning here, nothing. Still our score in Irvine is Van Ness still out there for the Riptide. He'll be facing off against Gannon Snyder, who looks at one in the dirt for ball one. Snyder out of Wichita State. Van Ness out of Belmont in Tennessee. This one grounded to third. Up with it is Johnson. Throws to first a bit high, but Rodriguez there to make the play for out number one.
Riptide middle infield looking good so far. 3 ground balls to them. 3, I don't know. The first 2 were definitely tough plays. Third one not necessarily, but 3 good outs.
Yeah, Evans and Sauce made some tough plays. Johnson made the routine play, but we've seen that be an issue at times for the Riptide, so important nonetheless. As Keon Massini looks at ball one, thought that might have caught the outside corner, but it'll be 1 ball and no strikes. Check swing, and they're just going to call it on the pitch, so it'll be 1 ball and a strike. One pitch on the way. Curveball does not catch the outside corner, so 2 pitches out of 3 that could have gone either way. This one called a ball, but if you're Van Ness, you can't be too mad about that. Those are good misses. This one in the dirt, ball 3, so in danger of a 1-out walk here. Van Ness decided to stay home for college. He's from Knoxville, Tennessee. He goes to Belmont, not too far away. 3-1 pitch in the dirt, ball 4, so the second walk in as many innings for Van Ness.
You know, that was a little shocking for me so far because his first 3 innings pitched back when he played against the Waves, felt like he was in a lot of control, it looked like. Even though did let up a run and an extra base hit, it felt like he was in control the entire outing.
Yeah, no walks, and although it was kind of an issue for him at Belmont, in 19 2/3 innings, he had 21 walks, so just over a walk an inning. As big lead at first, but runner stays put as a curveball's dropped in there for strike 1 to J.J. Kennett. We've kind of seen that out of the Saints. They get kind of small leads at first, and they hop back and forth and kind of try and get in Van Ness's head, but we haven't seen too much action out of them besides that. 1 pitch. Zakar whips it over to first, but nothing doing. The count will move 1 ball and 1 strike.
There's only 1 stolen base in all of last night. Sure, 2 players moved across to a wild pitch, but from both sides, only 1 stolen base, which is shocking because the Riptide are normally a team that are all over the base path.
Yeah, we see the Riptide with 2 or 3 steals by the second inning, so surprising they only had 1 last night. As they have him off the base, they pick off, but he slides back in there. A good play from Van Ness. Moseni was hopping towards second, but he was able to slide in on the pickoff.
And that's sort of the counter-argument of why you wouldn't want to do that. Jumping around as just a well-timed pickoff move can catch you on your wrong foot.
Long hold from Van Ness. Now pitches, swing and a miss. Strike 2, so Van Ness doing a good job mixing up the looks and the timing to keep Moseni off balance. We have seen last time Jimmy Sakar was behind the plate, made some great plays, so they might not want to run on him as they pick over again, but again, nothing doing. Looks like Omaha, the bat dog, is getting some practice behind the bullpen. 1-2 pitch swung on and popped. Rodriguez going after it, but he's going to run out of room as it falls just past the Saints bullpen. So Kennett will do it again.
I was looking at the corner of my eye. I saw movement toward the Riptide bullpen, and I was like, no way, they're already starting to get people going. But nope, it's just Omaha getting her reps.
We've seen her do a pretty good job this summer. She's had a couple struggles with the bats, but overall she's done a good job.
I say batting well above the Mendoza line.
Yeah, she's not not a Hall of Fame batting average maybe, but she's doing league average to maybe just above league average. Another pickoff from Van Ness. Nothing doing. Here in the CCL, no MLB pickoff rules, so Van Ness can feel free to pick off as much as he likes. 1-2 pitch on the way, just upstairs to even up the count. J.J. Kennett, the batter. See if Moseni thinks about taking off, although we talked about only that one stolen base last night. Another pickoff, and again Moseni back. So clearly Van Ness thinking about him.
These are close pickoff moves, though. Numerous that we've seen have been a tight play, but nothing really doing.
Two-two pitch, curveball, foul tip in and out of Zakar's glove. So Kennett will stay alive. One out here in the second inning as Van Ness needs to regroup. We'll do it again, 2-2. This one swung on and missed, strike three. The second strikeout of the day for Jonathan Van Ness, and now we'll have 2 outs, and Jax Ryan, the 9-hitter, will try and flip the lineup over.
Good strikeout there from Van Ness. Now he doesn't really have to worry about having to turn 2 to get out of this inning. Just focus on the batter, get the out, and get the bats back up.
Yeah, it seems like Moseni's doing a lot of dancing at first, but not going to take off. So Van Ness maybe can focus on Ryan a little bit as that curveball catches the outside corner for strike one. Van Ness, a 9.15 ERA this past year for the Bruins at Belmont, as that one's off the plate to even up the count. I will say early on, it seems like Van Ness has to fight a lot in these at-bats. He's getting ahead early, but the hitters are coming back and making it 2-2 or 3-2, so Van Ness has had to work fairly hard as the runner trips and doesn't go, as this one's lined into left field for a base hit. So 2-out traffic here for the Saints. It looked like Moseni was taking off and then he slipped, but didn't matter as Ryan advanced him on the single. But similar situation for Van Ness last inning. He had he had 2 runners on with 2 outs in the first, but got a strikeout to end it. But he has to face the top of the order in Eli Lopez, who singled up the middle to start the game. Curveball, inside corner, strike one. So Van Ness leaning on that a little bit with the first pitch of the at-bat, the curveball.
If you are OC, just stay away from a big inning here for Arroyo. Put up 7 in the second inning yesterday.
This one upstairs to even the count. Yeah, the offense has been pretty good these last couple games, but you don't want to make it impossible for them. So Van Ness has to limit the damage as much as he can, but one pitch away from doing that here.
And Coach Evans, that's exactly what he said was, well, offense was going, but since you got down 9, that's tough to come back from.
1-1 pitch, another curveball fouled straight back. But Lopez had 2 strikes on him last time and singled up the middle, so not out of it yet. As Van Ness readjusts his belt. Maybe a slow down tactic for Lopez.
Certainly taking his time. Wants to be in control.
This one lined hard, but it's going to go foul, so we'll do it again. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Some excited little leaguers chasing after that one.
Possibility for some candy.
Yeah, if you come to the ballpark this summer, if you get a foul ball, you can return it to the concession stand for some free candy. So feel free to hit up the Great Park for some good baseball and potentially some free candy.
Some good barbecue as well.
1-2 pitch again. Inside move to second, but we'll have no throw. Yeah, fellow broadcaster Aiden Pham, a big fan of that barbecue when we tried it last week. Shout out to Pine Tree Meats in the third base concourse. Pretty good selection of barbecue over there. 1-2 pitch again. This one, weak, shallow fly ball coming in is Danz, and he's there to make the catch. Van Ness gets through traffic once again. Saints do not score. Luke Johnson leads off for the Riptide, the righty against the lefty Ballantyne, whose first pitch catches the outside for strike one. We haven't seen any action yet. Nothing. Still our score. Johnson grounds one to third. Hit pretty weakly, but should be an easy play at third. It is Jax Ryan across the diamond to Gannon Snyder for out number 1.
Riptide have reached on base today with Justin Tiller on that opposite side. Basically a very similar play, except found Ryan off the base. Looking for their second base runner today.
That'll bring up Camden Sauce, who we saw make a good play at shortstop in the beginning of the game, but getting his first at-bat here. He thought about a swing, but it's called a strike regardless. He takes a wild swing out in front of that one, so Sauce going to have to battle down 0-2. Sauce was the Petco High School All-Star Game MVP down in San Diego when he was in high school. 0-2. This one in the dirt. Sauce lives to see another pitch. Sauce takes that one off the outside to even up the count.
Kennett back there behind the plate doing some work to try to bring that one back toward the plate.
Chris Koslo's had a pretty tight zone so far tonight. 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Sauce disagrees, having some words with Chris Koslo and shaking his head, but he'll retreat to the dugout. First strikeout of the day for Luke Ballantyne, who had 3 in his last appearance. We've seen that pitch go either way tonight, so not surprised by the argument from Sauce, but to no avail, as that'll bring up Carter Dans, who looks at one over the middle for strike 1. And Carter Dans, a late arrival to this Riptide team in the summer as he was finishing up at Northwestern, but he's been hot in the box since getting into the lineup.
Especially in that Marlins game, he was a huge key in why they won in the bottom of the 10th.
So that one's outside to even the count.
So he went down 0-2 in the bottom of the 10th with 2 outs. He would have been the leading run. Worked to a 3-2 and then hit an RBI single to tie it into right field. And then Tiller brought him around only a few pitches later to walk it off.
So it's now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yeah, Dan's immediately in there upon arrival and had a good day. So looking to stay hot with the bat, and was mostly a pitcher for Northwestern through 9 2/3 for them. As he checks swing, and they say he went around. So back-to-back strikeouts for Ballantyne, and the Riptide go down unceremoniously, still 0-0. Van Ness still on the mound. Still no action here at the Great Park. 3 hits combined between these teams. No runs as Trotter Enright will trot to the plate for his second at-bat. He grounded into a fielder's choice to Camden Sauce his last time up. And Enright, one of those guys you talked about on this Saints team with a 500 OPS, so definitely a guy you want to try and keep off the bases. First pitch to Enright, grounded up the middle. It's going to sneak through for a base hit. So another leadoff runner for this Saints team. Van Ness has dealt with traffic in both of his innings, and he's done a good job to work around it.
It's now the 3rd straight inning for him that he's given up a hit. And, well, we're only 3 innings into this game, so a little bit of struggles, but has worked around it so far. We'll see how he does in this top of the 3rd.
Yeah, gave up 4 hits across his 3 innings in his last start, so right around that today. So face Jacob Freer, the DH tonight. This one just below the zone for ball one. Freer a ground out to Jake Evans last time. One-0 pitch fouled straight back. So we've seen some bouncing on the bases from the Saints. They've kind of tried to get in Van Ness's head, but they haven't attempted a steal yet.
Again, only one stolen base from them last night. They're not necessarily the fast team. It was the Riptide that I was more shocked. They didn't get a single stolen base the entire time.
Yeah, they've been a prolific running team as they got him picked off, but he just gets his hand back in there. Van Ness has been really good with the pickoffs today.
Yeah, he has, and that one was timed, I think, absolutely perfect. I think that behind the plate, Zakar is definitely playing a role in that, looking over at first and then flipping the glove down when the pickoff move should be made.
Yeah, they had Enright leaning, but he was able to just sneak back in there. That one low, so Van Ness falls behind. Two one pitch on the way. Again in the dirt, ball three. So Van Ness in danger of another walk, which would be his third in 3 innings, and putting pressure on with nobody out.
He's done a good job, though, bouncing back from the walks. Both times he's walked a guy, he struck the next one out.
No walks in his last start, so walks haven't been an issue so far, but today they have a little bit, although they haven't come back to bite him. 3-1 pitch is flied towards center field, but it's going to be easy for Burdick, who settles under it and makes the catch for out number 1.
He's doing a pretty good job with the lineup so far, just making sure, even if there is runners aboard, just slow the game down, focus at the hitter at the plate, and see what your defense behind you can do, and they've been playing well also.
Yeah, although this lineup is a little different than last night, it's a lot of the same guys that scored those 9 runs in the second inning, so Van Ness doing a good job of limiting them, and as you said, the defense has been much better as that one's in the dirt for ball 1. Little, another one of those walks in his last time up, but was stranded after a strikeout. This one bounces in the dirt. Quick throw to first, but Enright will get back in there. Good play from Zakar to keep that in front.
And it's not the first time that we've seen Riptide catchers trying to throw people out at first. Actually, it's Daniel Troncalli, one of those guys on a 10-day who backpicked Joy Replogle back against the Malibu Marlins in the first inning. So they've done it once so far this year successfully.
Yeah, and Sakar's made some good plays. You saw in his last time up, he threw a guy out at third on a tough play and picked a guy off. So he's a good defender back there. As this one's driven into left field. A bad read by left fielder, but he jumps and makes the catch. Bradley Navarro did not read that one well. He came in his first step, and the ball kept moving, but he was able to recover and leap to make the play.
A great play by him to get that one. You know, normally you hear coaches say, especially to outfielders, first step is always back when you're out there in the outfield. And it wasn't for him, but he still made the play either way.
Yeah, and that could have been bad. If he doesn't get that, it might roll to the wall, and Enright can come around to score. So a really good recovery from Navarro there. So now we have 2 outs for Lane Hayworth, who struck out. First pitch swung on and missed for strike 1 on the off-speed pitch from Van Ness.
The Riptide bullpen, someone slowly getting ready. That's going to be Urs Bomber.
We saw Van Ness go 3 last time. We'll see if he extends that tonight. As this one swung on and missed, but it gets by Zakar, and he's not going to have a play, so Enright will trot to second base. Wild pitch is a bit of an issue for this Riptide pitching staff.
I don't know necessarily a wild pitch there or a pass ball. I think no, definitely a close line.
Yeah, probably could have been stopped by Zakar, but you don't want to put a catcher in that situation.
Agreed.
So now it'll be Enright at second with 2 outs. 0-2 pitch on the way, fouled behind the Riptide bullpen, so Hayworth avoids the strikeout for now. We'll do 0-2 once again. Van Ness delivers. This one driven towards right field. Carter Dans has to adjust, but he's there to make the out for out number 3. So Van Ness again works around a base runner. Saints do not score. Still 0-0. That's good.
I knew that was Mikey Earspalmer.
I was just making sure.
Yeah, I knew.
One
If I
hit,
didn't know, I'd
no errors.
go and I'd look and then I'd show you.
1 left on 5. So it'll be Evans.
Still going strong.
Jake Evans.
This is Evans is the guy that I'm going to do the first golf thing with. Stoked. And Denarm's going to start warming up there in the Saints bullpen.
Number something. Please turn around.
I'm looking straight at the ground right now.
Please turn around, big dog.
Big dog. Turn around so we don't call you Big Dog on the live stream.
Turn around, please. Number something. Nope, okay. Number 0, number 24, who knows? It's probably Tovar.
Tovar. No, he pitched last night.
Oh, then that's not him. Okay, we're good.
I'll watch it. I'll play it too. 3, 2, 1.
Jake Evans ready for his first at-bat of the day. Riptide's offense been shut down so far. Tiller reached on a base hit, but 4 straight outs after that. So see if Evans can spark something here. He's been pretty good this summer for the Riptide. First pitch from Ballantyne is up in the zone for ball 1. Joseph Estrada starting to warm in the Saints bullpen as Earspalmer still in the Riptide bullpen. Evans looks at ball 2, so we might be seeing the last of both Van Ness and Ballantyne, but they've both pitched well.
Ballantyne very well. Only 6 batters faced so far. This is the 7th.
Evans looks at that one on the outside corner, so he'll finally see a strike. Long wait for the pitch. Now Ballantyne has it. 2-1 pitch to Evans. Drops on the inside corner for strike 2. So Ballantyne battles back, and now Evans is going to have to fight.
Not often you see a guy batting .333, an on-base percentage of .556, batting in the 7 slot.
2-2 pitch is grounded up the middle. Ballantyne stabs it. Easy throw to first in time to get Evans, and that's not an easy play from Ballantyne. Took away a hit there.
No, absolutely. He snagged that one out of the air and even took the time to fix his hat before he threw onto first base. So wanted to calm himself down before tossing it over there. Make sure no errors.
Yeah, pitchers have the most time of anyone to throw the ball to first. So Ballantyne had to ensure that he didn't mess up there. As a guy looking for a hit now comes up to the plate, Jimmy Zakar, only 1 hit so far on the summer. As he takes a pitch inside for ball 1.
It's 5 straight batters now that have been retired for the Riptide. So just, in general, trying to get on base in any way you can.
Yeah, Zakar looking to spark both himself and his team as he fouls this one straight back. But Zakar hasn't seen a lot of pitching. He only had 2 at-bats for UC Santa Barbara and then hasn't had a lot of at-bats here this summer. He's had 8. This will be his 9th as that one's fouled straight back. And Morrissey sprinting over to collect the foul ball. He's 2 for 2.
Haven't seen Omaha yet. Oh, she is out there.
So
maybe we get a chance here.
1-2 pitch to Zakar, up and outside for ball 2. Yeah, Omaha ready and waiting in the bullpen, in her bullpen, just on the step of the dugout. So she's ready to come in when her name is called.
Maybe I have to keep track of Omaha stats as well, not just the Riptide players.
2-2 to Zakar, check swing. They say he did not go. Keith Gibbs on the call, so Zakar works and gets this count full. Yeah, we don't have specific stats on Omaha, although she's done a pretty good job getting the bats. Full count to Zakar. This one popped straight up, but not going to be playable as it goes foul. So Zakar, a guy who's struggled, a lot of strikeouts this summer, putting up a good at-bat in his first action. We'll do 3-2 again. This one way inside, so Zakar gets on base. So a one-out base runner, only the second base runner that the Riptide have had tonight.
But it's something, and the second leadoff guy, as head coach Brian Evans calls him, Burdick up to the plate now. And he says that because of his speed. He's stolen third base so far twice this year, hasn't been caught at all.
Yeah, Burdick hasn't had quite the success that you'd hope with the bat, but when he does get on base, he's very prolific out there, as that one's in there for a strike. Burdick doesn't think so. Zakar, catcher, so not the greatest speed. And with the lefty on the mound, probably wouldn't expect him to steal. This one inside to Burdick. Burdick, a good year for Cal State Fullerton, hit .259 for them. 1-1 pitch, clips the outside corner for strike 2. One and two pitch to Burdick. This one in the dirt to even up the count. So big at bat for Burdick here. If he can find a way on, flip that lineup over to Bradley Navarro, who's been the hottest hitter for this Riptide team. As this one swung on and missed, so Burdick goes down on strikes, the third of the day for Luke Ballantyne, and Navarro's going to hit with 2 outs. Ballantyne right at his average. He had 3 strikeouts in 3 innings in his last outing, so matching that so far here now.
And continues the trend with Van Ness. As soon as each of them have walked a guy, they've struck the next one out.
That's what you want to do as a pitcher. You walk a guy, you want to come back in the zone. As Navarro swings at the first pitch, a weak grounder to short. It's going to be a tough play, and it's a bad throw. It goes wide. Zakar on his way to third. He'll stop there. Bradley Navarro puts the ball in play and forces a bad throw from Trotter Enright, and he'll reach, and Zakar will get to third. So now a runner in scoring position for Justin Tiller, and we just talked about her. Omaha grabs the bat, now circling, goes to the mound, finishes her circle, and comes home. So Omaha 1 for 1.
Just a little bit of a victory lap around the mound. Nothing too much.
Yeah, she had Luke Ballantyne smiling out there, so he was entertained.
Maybe that'll calm him down after a little bit of an error out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an error for Enright, but that's a tough play. Navarro didn't hit it all that hard, and he runs pretty well. So Enright had to run, or had to hustle, but he did have Navarro if he made a better throw. Now Tiller takes a big swing and a miss for strike 1. Tiller, the only hit for the Riptide today, a single back in the first inning.
One oppo down that third base line.
That one touches the outside corner for strike 2. Tiller going to have to battle. Tiller teammates with Bradley Navarro at Cypress College, where they combined to hit 31 home runs. 0-2 on the way. Tiller stays alive.
He's one of those guys on the Riptide lineup that battles so well with 2 strikes, and hopefully this isn't an announcer jinx right here, but at least this season has done really well in that category.
Yeah, and you see a guy that has a lot of power usually also strikes out, but you have 498 on base percentage for Cypress, as this one is popped towards left field. Hayworth not going to have to move. He catches it, so Riptide gets some runners in scoring position, but do not score. We're still knotted up, 0-0. New pitcher on the mound for the Riptide. It'll be the young, just recently high school graduated Mike Ersbaumer, who we've seen this before. Van Ness starts, and then Ersbaumer comes in, and in his first appearance against college hitters, he was quite good against the Waves. He went 4 shutout innings with 5 strikeouts and got the win. So looking for similar success here. He'll have to face Gannon Snyder.
He was the first pitcher actually credited for a win on this Riptide squad.
As he gets the first pitch of the day in there for strike one. Ersbaumer on his way to Stanford in the fall after a monster year at San Clemente High School. 0-1 pitch just upstairs to even up the count. At San Clemente, he threw 49 innings, 83 strikeouts in those innings, and a 1.71 ERA. So quite a good year down in San Clemente. This one in the dirt, ball 2. Ersbaumer's 2-1. Upstairs, ball 3. So Ersbaumer in danger of a walk here, something he only did one time in those 4 innings against the Waves. See if he can come back against Snyder here. 3-1, just on the inside corner for strike 2. Snyder was headed to first, but he'll have to stay put.
Certainly a late strike call by home plate umpire Chris Costello, but a strike nonetheless. I would agree with him.
Yeah, not our favorite as a broadcaster. You never want to have a slow strike call because you never know what the pitch is going to be if it's close. Full count pitch on the way, and wow, crazy swing out of Gannon Snyder. Mike Ersbommer made him look silly on the strikeout. He left his feet on a big swing and a big out for Ersbommer.
And the bullpen going absolutely crazy out there for the Riptide. They know that was a nasty pitch. Was not in the right zip code for that ball.
Now it'll be lefty on lefty Keon Moseni. As that one misses down. Got a piece of Zakar, but he seems to be okay.
See, and it's pitches like those where you look and you say, yeah, he's definitely committed to Stanford. He's certainly good.
Yeah, he had a great year as we said in high school, and on his way to Stanford. He's going as a pitcher, obviously, but we've seen him in the lineup a couple games this summer for the Riptide, and he's had some okay at-bats. His first at-bat of the summer, he missed a home run by about 4 feet. So that one's outside for ball 1.
And I talked to him about that, and I said, well, are you wanting to do both? And he said, absolutely I can, but I got to earn my stripes first.
1-1 count. This one thought about a swing, but it'll be called a ball. Yeah. Stanford, not a program you can walk into and just say, I want to hit. You definitely have to earn your place there. David Esker, a very good coach up there. This one fouled back to even the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Looks like Morrissey's about to be 3 for 3 on foul balls. There he is.
He got it. Battle of Morrissey against Omaha today. That's another game that we're looking out for.
2-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 3. Full count from Ersbommer is flied into shallow foul territory. Easy play for Luke Johnson, out number 2.
Not coming necessarily as easy for Ersbommer as it did in his first 4 innings in his first appearance, but certainly getting the job done still.
Yeah, he didn't. It seemed effortless his first time out there. Didn't really have to work hard at all. Did have to work around 1 walk, but did that without a problem. So bit of more trouble here, but he's gotten out of his. This one is high into foul territory. Zakar and Johnson converging, but it's going to land in the seats. It looks like it hit a fan. I hope they're okay. They seem to be okay. Never a good sign when a fan gets hit by a foul ball.
No, that can't be fun.
But they seem to be okay. So they're just taking a little break, make sure that fan is okay. She's talking to Coach Evans.
As much as she says she's all right, that's still going to hurt no matter what.
Yeah, no matter how hard the baseball is coming at you, it will hurt when it hits you. So might be a tough night for her. But play will resume. Ersbommer's 0-1 is swung on and missed, strike 2. So he struggled in that first at-bat despite the strikeout, but he seems to be a little more locked in here. Nothing in 2. Got him. Strike 3. Mike Erspalmer. Another clean inning for the Riptide. The 4th strikeout for that pitching staff. Second for him. We remain donuts on the scoreboard. New pitcher on the mound for the Saints. It will be Joseph Estrada after Luke Ballantyne goes 3 solid innings, only allowed 1 hit, no runs. So see if Estrada can keep that up. He'll have to face Jonathan Rodriguez, who takes a big swing and a miss for strike 1. We saw the home run last night, 410 feet. He's seeing if he can do better than that here.
Yeah, I talked to head coach Brian Evans before the game about that home run. He said, well, we don't love him swinging that big at every single pitch, but if he keeps doing that, I guess we're okay with it.
As that one hits off the plate for ball 1. As one of our young bat boys here gets the ball, so giving Morrissey a bit of a break.
He's had 3 good runs out there so far.
Rodriguez, another big swing, and jumping out of the way, Zach Thomas over there, the first base coach. It'll be a foul ball. Good athleticism from Coach Thomas. Rodriguez is going to have to fight here. A double play his last time. No threat of that here. Somewhat shifted infield to pull. 1-2 pitch. Rodriguez barely stays alive. Just gets a piece of that. One-two pitch to Rodriguez. This one fouled weakly once again towards first base. So Rodriguez taking some big swings but staying alive.
Most importantly, just raising the pitch count of the new pitcher in Estrada, making him not feel comfortable, realize that things are going to be a little bit tough if you're facing this Riptide lineup, no matter where you are.
1-2 again. And Rodriguez takes it outside. Estrada struggling to find a pitch. Now he does. 2-2 on the way. Rodriguez swings and misses. Drop third strike, though. Throw to first and make the play. The fourth of the day for this Saints pitching staff as Rodriguez goes down, but made Estrada throw a decent amount of pitches.
It's the long at-bats that'll help the Riptide in the future. Still nothing on the scoreboard, though, for either team. So after the Saints put up a lot yesterday, they're kind of struggling today, and Riptide just not able to get going either.
Yeah, that's what you wanted out of the pitching staff, but the offense has to find a way to respond to the good pitching as Johnson takes one inside, and only one hit for the Riptide. Justin Tiller, the second batter of the game. Since then, it's been nothing. That one way outside gets to the backstop. So Johnson a chance to maybe make something happen here. Two and 0 to Johnson in there for strike one. Johnson a ground out to third his last time. 2-1 pitch way outside, so first base runner chance in a couple batters for the Riptide as Navarro reached on an error his back in the third, but nothing came of that. 3-1 pitch. Johnson swings a hard grounder to the third, picked up by Ryan, throws to first in time, so Luke Johnson out the same way he was in his first at-bat, and 2 quick outs for the Riptide, as Omaha is now 2 for 2, although now another victory lap around the mound. And this time she's going the other way, heading towards the Saints dugout. They're telling her to come, and she's listening, so Saints playing some trickery here as she now stops in front of the steps and runs away. So Omaha, rogue with the bat, still going now, heading towards her rightful place with David. So Omaha 2 for 2, although that one included some cardio.
I was about to say, you were very premature on that 2 for 2 call. It was about 50% there. That's like saying 2 for 2 while the ball is still in play.
She got the bat there. It's okay. She made the play. So that one's in the dirt to Sauce. I mean, the play was complete. It doesn't matter how you get the out. It's that you made the out. So good job by Omaha. Sauce looks at another one in the dirt. Saucy strikeout looking his last at-bat, although he was not pleased with the call. Sauce takes it up way upstairs, so 3 balls and no strikes. And we've seen some 2-out walks come back to bite the Riptide, so if Estrada walks Sauce here, maybe they can take advantage of that. And that one inside, ball 4. So Sauce gets on with the 4-pitch walk. Only the 4th base runner of the day for the Riptide.
2 of which have come to a walk and 1 to an error as well. Tiller still the only hit in this game. That was a single in the second at-bat of Riptide's lineup. So maybe a base runner will change things. I think in this game we're just waiting for something to happen, and then once it does, both of these offenses are going to get caught fire.
Yeah, and Carter Dan's a guy that can change it for the Riptide. He's been hot with the bat since coming in this summer as he looks at the 5th straight ball from Estrada. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Dan's taking until he gets one he likes.
And so far, every pitcher that has thrown a walk has next batter gotten a strikeout. We'll see if that continues.
As Dan's looks at that strike, so now the at-bat can really start. Surprising, only 1 at-bat for Carter Dan's at Northwestern. He struck out. Had 9 2/3 on the mound. 1-1 pitch on the way. This one way upstairs. And those 9.2 innings, he had 24 walks and pitched to a 24 ERA. So Dan's not yet ready to throw, but we will see him on the mound later this summer as he looks to build off of his freshman season at Northwestern. That one's way outside, so Estrada threatening back-to-back two-out walks here.
He had 7 strikeouts, though. You left that part out.
Yeah, 7 strikeouts, pretty. So he has the ability, and we'll see his arm when he gets fully cleared in 2 weeks or so. But he's done pretty good with the bat so far. 3-1, big swing, grounded to first. Easy play for Snyder, and again, the Riptide do not score despite the base runner, and we are still all knotted up at 0. Mike Ersbaumer still on the mound for the Riptide as we get ready for the 5th inning. Still nothing happening for any of these teams, Andrew.
No, a whole lot of bagels all across this box score, and we're really waiting for the first offensive explosion in this game. I said it last half inning. I think that as soon as someone gets a run on the board, everyone's going to respond, and it's going to become a balloon up a little bit.
Yeah, we saw the Saints score 11 last night, and 9 of those in 1 inning, so the offense definitely there for both of these teams. And like you said, I think it'll come down to once someone scores, someone else will score. So that one's fouled back for strike 1. Ersbaumer, a very good first inning, 2 strikeouts for him, so he continues his hot start on the mound. Nothing in 1, now nothing in 2 on the swing and miss. Still only 1 hit for the Riptide back in the first inning, second batter of the game. Saints have 3. O2 pitch, fouled back, so Jax Ryan will stay alive. Ryan, one of those 3 hits for the Saints back in the second inning, but he was stranded. We'll do 0-2 once again. This one misses inside for ball 1.
Ersbaumer looking for his 3rd strikeout today in the 5th for Riptide team that averages quite a lot of strikeouts. Wasn't able to get too many yesterday, but in general, averaging 11.5 K per 9.
Very, very good out of a pitching staff. See if Ersbaumer can add to that. 1-2 pitch coming. This one way upstairs.
And it felt like a lower day yesterday, but thanks to Nieto striking out the side in bottom of the 8th, they ended up getting up to 9.
And even though they lost, the strikeout numbers have always been there this summer for the Riptide. Even pitch on the way, just misses on the inside corner. So Ryan has battled from 0-2 to full. Full count pitch from Earthbomber is inside, ball 4. So a leadoff walk for the young pitcher, and we've seen some base runners for the Saints, but they haven't been able to score.
In general, for Earthbomber, he hasn't really had too many base runners he's had to deal with. Only has 1 walk and 1 hit against so far, so doesn't have a huge sample size with runners on. But let's look on to the top of the lineup as we turn things over now.
Bit of a meeting on the mound between Zakar and Earthbomber. It'll be Eli Lopez, the leadoff hitter, with a runner on base. So we've seen some shenanigans on the bases from the Saints, but they haven't attempted a steal yet.
Maybe Zakar going out there trying to plan something to get the runner out at first. That's how Truncali actually got someone out earlier this season.
Yeah, and Earthbomber a lefty, so easier to pick off someone and harder for the runner to steal. So that one's way upstairs. Although Ryan, one of the bigger leads that we've seen from the Saints runners, is he just got a message from his first base coach as Earthbomber checks on him, but again, nothing happening.
Lane Hayworth, the only guy to steal yesterday for the Saints. He's batting 5th today. Hasn't been able to reach to get on and steal yet today.
Earthbomber, this one popped straight up. Navarro struggling to find it. He has to sprint in, but he's there to make the catch. Navarro's had some trouble in left field.
But no problems as of yet for him out there, and no problems fielding-wise for the Riptide just yet. Still 0 in that error box.
Yeah, that was a big point of emphasis in the pregame. We haven't seen a game for the Riptide without an error, so if they can end that streak tonight, I'm sure they and Evans would be happy. As the runner goes for the first time, and no throw, is Zakar unable to transfer it from glove to hand. So we will see a stolen base today. It will be Jax Ryan getting to second. So Earthbomber now has to deal with a runner in scoring position. Is this one just upstairs? So it'll be 2 balls and no strikes. I thought first pitch might have been a strike, but Chris Coslow disagreed, so now Earthbomber has to work harder. He's facing Trotter Enright, another Saint with a hit today. And thought about a steal, but will not happen as Enright fouls this one pretty far, but well foul. Looked like Ryan was thinking about a steal there, but held up.
You talked about Enright, one of the guys with a hit so far today. He's actually the last batter to get a hit for the Saints. So this team is known for their offensive firepower. Just hasn't been able to get much off these Riptide pitchers.
And they have him picked off as Earthbomber runs straight at him. Ryan, some trickery as now they throw to second. A run down, they sprint, and they tag him. Camden Sauce on the tag there. And Ryan just, I don't really know what was happening there. Earthbomber had an easy pickoff, and it'll be out number 2.
Earthbomber in general, when he's coming out of the stretch, and I guess even in the windup, that the right knee, as he's a lefty, comes up and back a good amount. So it's really hard to tell sometimes when he is turning around, and that one kind of looked back, saw he was in no man's land and turned and ran after him.
Really good play out of the young pitcher. So now 2 outs, nobody on, 2-1 the count. So that one swung on and missed for strike 2, and that's really important for Ersbommer. He obviously just finished up high school, has very little experience in a college baseball environment. So the fact that he's pitched so well and he's able to handle runners without pressure and pick guys off, it's really good if you're Stanford, where he's going in the fall. 2-2 pitch on the way, and this one's fouled straight back, so we'll do it again. So another 2-2 pitch coming from Ersbommer, who delays his windup a little bit, maybe to mess up the hitters. 2-2 again. This one fouled back, so once again we're going to repeat.
Talk about those timing disruptions from Ersbommer. He can go quickly out of that first step, or can take his time a little bit, which makes it hard for a hitter to load, especially if they're looking at a certain time when that ball's coming out of the hand.
You see what he does here. 2-2 again. Two pitch on the way, just off the plate. Ball 3. Ersbommer was walking off the mound. He thought he had another strikeout, but it'll be a full count.
He was well on his way to the dugout, just getting a few extra steps for him, but he knows, all right, I've thrown a good pitch in multiple times so far this at-bat. I can do something very similar and get the strikeout.
Yeah, I'm sure if he goes back to that spot, he might get a strike. Full count, 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Pitch from Ersbommer, weak grounder to Camden Sauce, who throws across the diamond to get him. And another clean inning for Mike Ersbommer. Works around the walk, still 0-0. Andrew's going to take you the rest of the way when we come back.
Welcome back here to Great Park. OC Riptide and the Arroyo Seco Saints still knotted up at 0 as we head it to the bottom of the 5. Offense just hasn't gotten going so far for either team, but we'll see if it happens here as we head to the bottom of 5. Three righties will be up in the bottom part of this order for the Riptide. It'll be Jake Evans and then Jimmy Zakar and Cam Burdick coming up for OC, looking on toward right-handed pitcher in Joseph Estrada. First pitch catch to the outside corner for strike number 1. As Evans so far today put one right back at Valentine in the 3rd. He made the play over at first. 0-1. Outside corner quickly moves the count over to 0-2. Does Joseph Estrada, the right-handed pitcher. Came in last inning and has done well. Walked one, struck one out, looking to continue things here in the windup with the 0-2. One bounces his catcher, Kennett, and ball rolls back and will hit our home plate umpire, Chris Koslow, who will wander around before walking back.
Yeah, I think if you're the Riptide, you need to see a hit fall. They haven't had a hit since the second batter of the game, and they've while it's still nothing. I think if they see a hit fall, the offense can kind of get going a little bit and back up the pitching that's been really good tonight.
This is a great guy to do that. Evans, who has a 4-game on-base streak, fouls one off toward his own dugout on that third base line. So it'll be a 1-2 count in just a few moments' time. No outs, nobody on, bottom of 5. 2 bagels on the scoreboard. That means it's 0-0. And as if Estrada still getting going in his second inning of work. Kicks, fires, 1-2. Just misses outside. It'll be a 2-2 count for Evans. And he's a guy that normally you don't necessarily see in this bottom part of the lineup. He's batting 7th today. Yesterday, he was batting 2nd. And reason being is, well, 333 batting average. He watches the 2-2 low in the zone. And a 556 on-base percentage. And the reason being, well, he works well in the count. So he's put it to full with no outs and no runners on. And the payoff pitch. Hit hard out toward middle and to Little, and he runs in and makes the easy catch. So a missile straight over the head of Estrada, but straight into the glove of Little for out number 1 in this bottom of the 5th inning.
That's a good swing from Evans. He didn't get the result, but that's one of the harder hit balls we've seen from the Riptide. So if they can continue to hit the ball hard, one of those will fall.
Next up, it'll be Jimmy Zakar playing in his 3rd game. He's reached on base in the past 2 and walked earlier in the 3rd. So 3-game on-base streak for Zakar. He'll step into the right-handed batter's box and look on toward the right-handed pitcher in Estrada. 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of 5, it's 0-0. First pitch of the at-bat goes straight off of the knee of Jimmy Zakar, so it'll be a base runner on for the Riptide. And, I mean, that's what you want because now you're very, very likely to bring up Navarro. Warming up in Saints bullpen, John Iacono. So, right-handed pitcher getting ready to go for Estrada. He's going to have to work with 1 out and a man on first. At the plate, right-handed hitter Cam Burdick. First pitch, outside corner, strike number 1. Burdick so far struck out. That was back in the 3rd inning. He was victim number 3 of 4. So, second at-bat so far today. We're in the bottom of 5. Riptide looking to be the first ones on the score sheet. 0-1 hit very, very hard out toward left center field. It is going to fall in the gap. Coming around toward 3rd is Zakar. He will stand up there, and it will be a double for Cam Burdick. Brings the runner on first, Zakar to 3rd, and he stands on 2nd.
And we talked about it with Coach Evans before the game. He said Cam Burdick was that second leadoff, and he's showing it there. A big double, hardest hit ball of the day, and now runners in scoring position for the top of the order. Bradley Navarro has been the hottest hitter for this Riptide team.
So Burdick now has doubles in 2 games straight. He did it against the Philippines in his last game as well. That was his only hit. But gets one again today. And now Bradley Navarro will get up to the plate. And man, is this the guy that you want up there for the Riptide in the left-handed batter's box. Everyone's standing on the infield of grass for the Saints. Outfield playing about where you would expect, except for a little out there in center field. Who's moved a little bit toward the right as a pass ball goes off the glove of Kennett. And coming around to score for the first run of this game is Jimmy Zakar. Score is 1-0. Riptide are leading here in the bottom of the 5th.
And that's huge for the Riptide. You don't have to do anything to score the run. The mistake by the Saints, you got to get runners in scoring position and see what happens. A pass ball from J.J. Kennett there, and the Riptide get a run without having to do much. We'll see if Navarro can cash in again.
So Kennett now comes out to talk with Estrada, likely to calm him down. As run number 1 comes across, and the Riptide are leading for the first time against the Saints, not only in this game, but in the past 24 hours as well, as this is game number 2 of a home-and-home. Saints taking day 1 yesterday at home 11-4. Still not out of it yet, as Navarro is up to the plate. with a 1-0 count. Standing on third is Burdick. 1-0. Hit hard out towards second base. Good backhanded snag by Lopez, who throws on to Snyder at first. And man, was that a great play by Lopez. That ball was rifled off of the bat of Navarro, but an out either way. So it'll be a man on third with 2 outs here in the bottom of 5. 1-0. Riptide are leading.
Yeah, about all you can do if you're Bradley Navarro there. Hit the ball really hard, just happened to be right at Lopez, who made a heck of a play to keep Burdick at third, but Justin Tiller, the only Riptide with a hit besides Burdick, so maybe he can drive him in.
Justin Tiller comes up to the plate, has a single back in the first. 1 of 2 hits so far today for the Riptide. Steps in the left-handed batter's box. Looks on toward the righty Estrada. First pitch off of Tiller's toes. He'll wander over toward first base now. So it'll be runners on the corner with 2 outs for the Riptide. 2 hit by pitches in this inning now. Earlier was Zakar. He came across for the first run, and now it's Tiller.
And this is kind of the most traffic the Riptide have had all game. They've put pressure on Estrada. Ballantyne didn't really have to face much. Estrada having to face some here and didn't do a good job of it, already giving up that run. So we'll see if Rodriguez can cash in with 2 outs.
You got to look toward John Iacono in the bullpen for the Saints, who he's looking on thinking, I might have to come in here and with a little bit of a problem. He's certainly hoping that Estrada can get the final out in this bottom of the 5th inning, but a guy who's going to be hard to get out is the man at the plate, Johnny Rodriguez, though he did ground out into a double play back in the first and struck out in the 4th. He had a great day yesterday. He went 2 for 5 with a double and a home run. I haven't seen a ball leave a ballpark that quickly in my entire life. 3 RBIs and obviously came around to score on that home run. First pitch, laced over toward this Arroyo Seco bullpen, straight over the top of it. Buzzed to the tower of Estrada out there and flies over toward the parking lot.
Well, I think what we know what Rodriguez is trying to do here.
You would expect him to want to go yard to blow this game open. It's 1-0 right now in the bottom of the 5th. Estrada comes set 0-1. Well inside, just misses Rodriguez, so it'll be a 1-1 count. Runners on the corners with 2 outs. Man on third is Cam Burdick. Man on first is Justin Tiller. Burdick with his second extra base hit so far this year. And then advanced to third on a pass ball. And Tiller just got hit by a pitch. 1-1. Foul tip right back toward Kennett. So it'll be a 1-2 count. Rodriguez in danger of striking out for the second time in the matter of just an inning. Struck out just an inning ago in the 4th. He was the last one to strike out for the Riptide, so doesn't want the same fate. Looks on toward Estrada, who wants to get out of this jam. 1-2. Well inside. It evens the count at 2. So Riptide put across the first run in this game. I had said I'm thinking that if a run does come across, or when the run comes across, I think that everything will start happening. We'll see if that is the case with Rodriguez at the plate and possibly Arroyo Seco coming up next. 2-2. Swinging and a miss into the glove of Kennett. So Estrada does get out of the jam, but not before one does come across. Riptide strand 2 on a double from Burdick and score 1. So it will be 1-0 Riptide as they head to the top of the 6th inning. We'll see what Arroyo Seco has to say when we come back. Welcome back here to the top of the sixth inning. Riptide leading 1-0. Quick word from one of our sponsors. Experian is your BFF, big financial friend. Big enough to have the resources and knowledge that have an impact. Personal enough to help with what's best for only you. No matter where you are in your financial journey, your big financial friend is a trustworthy companion by your side. Wherever you are in your financial journey, your big financial friend is ready to help you navigate the smartest way to reach all your personal financial goals with solutions you can trust. This is Experian, your big financial friend for life. For more information, go to Experian.com. And as I said, welcome back. Top of the sixth, Riptide leading 1-0. Thanks to Jimmy Zakar crossing the plate. As we'll get things going in the top of the sixth. It'll be Jacob Freer, Jack Little, and Lane Hayworth working against Mike Ersbaumer, whose first pitch high in the zone just misses for ball number 1. So lefty, righty, lefty for the Saints. That'll be 2 out of the 3 lefties actually in this lineup. And the only other one was Trotter Enright, who grounded out to short to end the 5th. As the 1-0 is fouled back, it'll be a 1-1 count now with no outs and nobody on.
Ersbaumer's looked good again here, and most important for him, have a clean inning after his team gave him a lead.
No action in the Riptide bullpen just yet. 1-1 hit hard out toward right center. It will drop for a base hit. Burdick will handle and throw to the cutoff man in Jake Evans, but it'll be a no-out single for Jacob Freer, and we'll see if the bats get going now for the Saints.
Ersbaumer had to work around some traffic. Last inning did a good job with that, so we'll see if he can respond again here. And I wonder, we saw a steal last inning for the Saints. I wonder if they'll be more aggressive here again as they now trail.
It'll be Jack Little come up to the plate. He's reached so far today. That was on a walk back in the first inning. And then flew out toward left field in the third. And it'll be his third time coming up to bat. Right-hander looks on toward the left-hander in Ersbaumer and thinks about bunting. Pulls it back, but a strike nonetheless. So 0-1 count, man on first, no outs. Riptide leading 1-0 here in the top of the sixth. Not a whole lot of action so far from either side, as the Saints just got their 4th hit of the game, and the Riptide just got their 2nd in the last half inning in the bottom of the 5th. That was a double from Cam Burdick. 0-1, Ersbaumer, good pickoff move. He's caught someone again, and it'll be a pickle, and throwing on to second base is Rodriguez. Sauce makes the catch and tags out Jacob Freer. So Ersbaumer now has picked off 2 different runners and forced them into a pickle to get free outs and clear up the base paths. It'll be 1 out, nobody on now. Still at the plate is Jack Little.
Yeah, really good from Ersbaumer, but if you're the Saints, you got a leadoff runner on down by 1. You can't get picked off, especially with a lefty on the mound. So Ersbaumer, the young pitcher, doing a really good job of keeping these runners at bay.
0-1. Well inside. Moving out of the way is Little at the plate. He bat 9th yesterday. And now he's up to the cleanup spot, batting 4th. Has reached due to a walk, as I said earlier. But the reason he's moved all the way up, yesterday went 2 for 4, 2 singles and a run. Ersbaumer gets set. 1-1. Big swing and a miss for strike number 2. It'll be a 1-2 count with 1 out and nobody on. So the beer batter here, as if Ersbaumer gets the strikeout, everyone gets $2 off beer. So the fans getting up. Pretty packed out crowd here at Great Park. He gets set up by his ear. 1-2. Oh, it just misses on that slider inside part of the plate. It'll be a 2-2 count.
Be ironic if the youngest player on the Riptide gave out free beer or discounted beer.
Not free beer. That would not be a good promotion. Certainly people would come. 2-2. Inside. Punched him out looking. Jumping out of the way was Jack Little. He's not happy with the call, but a strikeout either way. Number 5 on the day for the Riptide squad and number 3 on the day for Mike Ersbaumer.
Go crazy, Great Park. Discounted beer, $1 off at the Judge Brewery for those of legal age after the strikeout. So if you want potentially a discount on your beer, come on down to Great Park.
Earthbomber gets the second out of this top of the sixth inning. Riptide leading 1-0. Nobody on. 2 outs. First pitch of the at-bat toward the lefty lane. Hayworth misses outside. Ball number 1. It'll be a 1-0 count. Hayworth so far today, he's also struck out. That was back in the first. Flew out toward right field in the third. Third at-bat looking on toward Earthbomber. First time facing him. Big swing and a miss. As Huon, you give the big sword. Not the best swing that we've seen so far today from Hayworth.
Not as bad as that first strikeout that Earthbomber had on Gannon Snyder. He was jumping all over the place.
So Earthbomber showing off why he'll be going to Stanford. 1-1. Another swing and a miss. Strike number 2. 1-2 count. 2 outs, nobody on here in the top of the sixth. 1-0 Riptide leading. They're going to try to hold on to this lead. And it's the first time that they've led against the Saints today and yesterday as well. They went down very, very early in that matchup in the bottom of the first and trailed ever since. 1-2 up the eye level of Hayworth. He doesn't want any of it. Bat just stays on his shoulder. It'll be a 2-2 count now. So Hayworth yesterday had a double. That was his only hit. Stole a base. He was the only stolen base yesterday. 2 runs and had a sac fly, which brought 1 across. 2-2. Well outside in the right-handed batter's box. So it'll be a full count with 2 outs. Nobody to run on the base pass. And 1-0 Riptide leading top of 6. Man, would they love to get the bats going once again. Try to keep the momentum up. It'll be cleanup hitter Luke Johnson coming up to bat for the Riptide once this turns over. Spalmer gets set at the waist. Payoff pitch. Hit high in the sky out toward left center field, moving over is Burdick. Navarro moves over as well. Cam Burdick calls him off and will catch out there in left center field. Out number 3 for the Riptide, so 1 hit in that inning, but he was picked off. No errors and no runs come across. So we'll head to the bottom of the 6th with the Riptide leading 1-0. Welcome back here, bottom of the 6th action. New pitcher for the Saints, John Iacono, will come up. You'll have to deal with Luke Johnson, Camden Sauce, and Cutter Dans, 2 righties and then a lefty in the Northwesterner Dans. But first will be Luke Johnson, who, well, in the past has been a problem for other teams. On base percentage of .353, but yesterday, against the Philippines, went 2 for 3 with a single, a double, 2 stolen bases, 3 runs, and 2 hit by pitches. I'll slow that down. A single, a double, 2 stolen bases, 3 runs, and 2 hit by pitches. And I'll summarize it as well. He did very good against the Philippines and helped out toward a big win against them. First pitch of the at-bat for him. watches it on the inside part of the plate for strike number 1. Iacono just going to start getting going. The right-handed pitcher coming in for the first time today. Previously has 2 innings pitched, gave up a run, which was earned. 3 hits, 3 walks, but struck 3 out as well. As the 0-1 catches the bottom part of the corner. So it will be an 0-2 count now with nobody on and no outs. Iacono looking for his first strikeout of the day. 0-2 got him looking. So Johnson keeps the bat on the shoulders for all 3 pitches. And a quick at-bat for him. He'll walk all the way back to the dugout. And now it will be Camden Sauce coming up to the plate.
We've seen Luke Johnson have words with umpires in the past, and I don't blame him for that one. I thought that was ball 1, so Johnson rightfully upset.
Camden Sauce will now come up to the plate with 1 out and nobody on in the bottom of the 6th. Riptide leading 1-0. Big swing and a miss for him for strike number 1. So 4 straight strikes now for Iacono. Sauce in this game struck out in the 2nd, walked in the 4th. That was the 2nd walk in the game for the Riptide. Haven't gotten one since as he flares one out toward right field. It will get through and past the diving Lopez for a base hit. So a 1-out single for Camden Sauce, and he gets on base for the Riptide to start maybe an offensive splurge as Carter Dans will come up to the plate in a left-handed hitter.
Yeah, last inning the Riptide got base runners on. Jimmy Zakar got a 1-out hit by pitch, and then Cam Burdick hit that double, so now a 1-out single for Camden Sauce. We'll see if Carter Dans can continue that trend.
Got the purple shin guard representing where he played this past year at Northwestern. Iacono's going to have to deal with the base runner now for the first time. First pitch low, misses. It'll be a 1-0 count. Man on first after the single. That's Camden Sauce. Another guy who has worn purple stuff around here. He played at TCU. 1 out. He stands on first. Riptide leading 1-0 here in the bottom of the 6th. Inside pitch hits the corner for strike number 1. It'll be a 1-1 count. And Iacono keeping a close eye on Sauce. He advances his lead. 1-1. Big swing and a miss from Dans. Strike number 2. 1-2 count now. As Iacono looking for his 2nd strikeout of this inning. The 2nd one on his day as well. And possibly the 7th one for this Saints pitchers who has done pretty well against Arroyo Seco Orange County for the most part. Iacono looks straight down, looks at it again. 1-2. Well, high and outside, misses. It'll be a 2-2 count now.
Camden Sauce itching to run at first base, but Iacono doing a good job of switching up his timing. We have seen Sauce steal some bases this summer. He's got 2 of them and not afraid to run. And with a 1-0 lead, very slim, you want those runners in scoring position.
It's 2 for 2 on stolen bases attempt. And the 2-2 pitch low and inside, misses in the dirt. So it will be a 3-2 count. And Carter Dans, one of those guys who works around counts really well. Went down 0-2 in the count against the Marlins in the bottom of the 10th inning with 2 outs. Ended up working to a 3-2 and then hit a single into right center field. So he ended up getting on. That was an RBI single as well and ended up coming around to score. 3-2 with 1 out. Sauce was on the move. Doesn't matter. It was fouled all the way back. So we'll see the count one more time with 1 out and a man on first in Carter Sauce, who has to make a, 60-foot walk back as he was well on his way to second base. Riptide leading 1-0 here in the bottom of the 6th. They scored their last run in the last half. 3-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. And it will be the 2nd one of the day for Iacono and the 7th one as a team for the Saints. 2 outs now, still man on first in Camden Sauce. Coming up to the plate will be Jake Evans, who has a 4-game on-base streak going. That's threatening to end. As so far today, hit a comebacker right toward Luke Ballantyne, and then lined one out straight over Estrada's head, which would have ended up being caught by Little out there in center field. First pitch to him, flared out toward right field. It will drop for a single. Coming around is Dans. He's going to be hustling all the way to third. Throw into the infield, not in time. It was cut off by the pitcher, Iacono, and it will be a 2-out single for Jake Evans, moving Sauce over to third base.
Yeah, really good piece of hitting from Evans there. He continues that on-base streak, and Riptide now threatening with 2 outs here, and Zakar got on base twice today, so see if he can continue that, bring a run home. Except it's not going to be Zakar.
It's not going to be Zakar, no. It will not be. He got on base twice today, but looks like we'll change things around. Instead, it'll be Zach Crandall, the catcher, who played his first game yesterday. Didn't have the best time at the plate. Went 0 for 3, but walked in his second at-bat, or plate appearance, I should say. His walk doesn't count as an at-bat. He stands in the batter's box looking for hit number 1 of the season. Oh, misses outside. So it'll be Zach Crandall coming in to catch when we flip things over and the Saints come up to hit. Guy who is an anteater, played at UCI, shattered bat. Barrel goes out to short. Baseball goes toward the 21 and up section and finds the floor. So Zach Crandall going to have to buy a new bat here momentarily after the game, but he'll run back to the dugout to find a new one. I wonder if Omaha, the bat dog, brings bats out as well. And or only takes them in, you think?
Well, looks like we're finding out. She's in the dugout, but Crandall's just going to get a bat passed from a coach. So as of now, Omaha only retrieves and does not deliver.
Either way, it'll be a 1-1 count with 2 outs. Man on first and third. Evans stands on first after his single. Sauce stands on third after his single and moved to third after Evans hit his. 2 hits toward right center field. We'll see if we can get a third. 1-1. Misses low to Crandall. It'll be a 2-1 count for him. So Zakar, he walked in the third and then moved over to third on an error, stranded there, and then a hit by pitch in the fifth. Ended up coming all the way around to score. 2-1 fouled back toward the Arroyo Seco bullpen, who has an arm getting ready to go. Riptide, on the other hand, well, they normally have everyone walking around, and they typically do, and it is the case here. Mason McDonald, the right-handed pitcher, out there for the Saints. Out right now, though, is Iacono. Looks on 2-2. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. Keith Gibbs, a delayed call for us, making me hold that one out. But a 3-2 either way, so payoff pitch with 2 outs, runners on the corners. Sauce stands on third, Evans stands on first. Iacono, the man who's on the anthill, right-handed pitcher looking toward Crandall, the right-handed hitter. 3-2 high misses, loads things up for the Riptide and Cam Burdick, who already has a double in this game.
Yeah, Cam Burdick, a big hit his last time up, the reason we are where we are right now, and he definitely has a chance to cash in once again.
So the third walk of the day for the Saints pitchers, and we will get a mound visit with 2 outs and the bases juiced. Don't know if Iacono's day will be done just yet, or we will just take a little bit of time, but either way, Cam Burdick, coming into this game, a 2-game on-base streak, has moved that to 3 after his double back in the fifth. Stranded in the third, but major reason for why Jimmy Zakar came around to score. So Burdick versus the Philippines in his last game, went 1 for 4 with a double. He also came around to score, had a stolen base. He stole third and had an RBI as well. So stolen third base twice so far this season. Those were his only 2 steal attempts. He did it twice. And I talked to head coach Brian Evans. Well, Burdick's a guy that gets on base quite a bit. Why necessarily in the 9 slot? And he said he's like a second leadoff guy for the team. He's a fast guy. If he can get on base, well, he'll probably steal. And then you have Bradley Navarro coming up next, who is another guy who just gets on base like nobody else. A 600 OBP so far this year. He's swinging around with the left hand over there in the on-deck circle, a switch hitter. So one of 4 left-handed hitters. I guess you can be right as well. But in the batter's box is Cam Burdick. 0-0, hit out toward short. Backhanding play off the top of the glove of Enright. So he will bobble that one, and coming around to score is Camden Sauce. Moving everyone over one base. Burdick will move over to first. Would have been a tough play either way. I think best play for him would have been try to get Evans out at third, but doesn't get it. So the Riptide now leading 2-0 in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, I think Burdick probably beats that one out anyway, so we'll see what we decide to go with, but I think that would have been a hit.
I think it definitely would have been a hit as well. The real question is, would he have gotten the man out on third? Would have been very, very tough. So we'll wait on the official announcement for that one. But up to the plate, Bradley Navarro, the switch hitter in the left-handed batter's box, looking on toward the righty, Iacono. First pitch misses low. It'll be a 1-0 count with 2 outs, bases loaded. Riptide looking to try to get some more on the board. It's 2-0 now in the bottom of the 6th. They've scored a run in the past 2 innings, did so in the bottom of the 5th, and now again in the bottom of the 6th. 1-0 hit hard out toward right field. It will drop. One comes around to score. That's Evans. Moving all the way around is Crandall. He will touch home plate for the first time as a Riptide. So a 2-out single that brings across 2 for Bradley Navarro. It is now 4-0 Riptide lead over the Saints.
And that's what we talked about. We thought if someone gets on, then the floodgates will kind of open. It's happened here for the Riptide. They got a single, and the bats have woken up. 3 straight really good at-bats, a hit, a walk, and another hit, and then another hit. So 4 straight at-bats have been really good. Bradley Navarro breaks the game open a little bit.
So Iacono, the leash is still going to be a little bit long for him, but something that I want to bring up, and hopefully not necessarily an announcer jinx, but Bradley Navarro hasn't struck out now in 23 plate appearances. So continues to do well in that category. Justin Tiller comes up to the plate. He's DHing, has a hit, and was hit by a pitch in his last outing as we still wander around a little bit, trying to figure some things out. Looks like head coach Brian Evans talking with our third base umpire, Frank Flugrat. So we'll try to figure out exactly what he's talking about.
Back to Navarro. Hasn't struck out yet this summer, and that's hard to do in any stretch of time, but 24 consecutive at-bats, really difficult to do. So Navarro, while he hasn't always had it going with the bat, he's definitely found ways to help this team, and not striking out is a big part of that.
Certainly is a team that strikes out a decent amount. Nothing super huge, but, well, actually something a little huge. 10.28 times a game they strike out, have struck out 72 times. That was coming into this game, so now we're up to 79 times as a team. So just under 10 right now, according to my calculations. But we'll move on. It's a 1-0 count to Justin Tiller with 2 outs, a man on first and second. Man on first is going to be Navarro. Man on second is Cam Burdick. So 3 runs have come across to score. Camden Sauce as well as Jake Evans and Zach Crandall touching the home plate for the first time as a Riptide. 1-0 to Tiller, inside misses. 2-0 count now.
Tiller, another guy that can break this game open even more. 22 home runs this past season at Cypress.
2-0. Foul directly backing off the screen. So first strike for Iacono. And he's struggled to kind of get his stuff going. Has 2 strikeouts in this inning. That was the first batter, Luke Johnson, and then the third batter in Carter Dans. Other than that, has not gotten out since then. Looks back again toward Burdick and fires a baseball straight over the head of Justin Tiller. So it'll be a 3-1 count now.
Yeah, we talked about Burdick, 2 steals this summer, both at third, but with 2 outs, you don't want to be uber aggressive, but he does look ready to run.
Already has Burdick an RBI in this inning as the 2-1, misses outside. It's now 3-1. So Burdick with an RBI that brought around Camden Sauce. And then Navarro, 2 RBIs just recently, last batter ago. 3-1 snagged out of the dirt by Kennett, but doesn't matter. That's ball number 4. So last batter to come up in this inning, who hasn't, Johnny Rodriguez, who's still looking for his first hit today. Walk number 4 on the day for the Saints. And it'll be time to tap the watch. So for the Saints, likely coming in, and yes, it is. Mason McDonald will wander out toward the pitcher's mound. He's a right-handed pitcher. When we come back, we will introduce him. He'll have a tough challenge ahead with the bases juiced and 2 outs with Jonathan Rodriguez at the plate. Welcome back, as John Iacono's day is over. And coming out toward the mound now for the Saints, Mason McDonald, the right-handed pitcher. 4 innings pitched so far. No runs, no hits, no walks, 4 strikeouts for him. So a guy who shuts things down typically for the Saints, and he's going to have to do it in this scenario. Johnny Rodriguez coming up to the plate, though he's 0 for 3 today. Went 2 for 5 yesterday with a double, a home run, 3 RBIs, and obviously came around as a run on that homer, which that ball was absolutely obliterated, as I said in my call yesterday, and it was. We got the stats before this game today. 410 feet, 97 miles per hour off the bat, and he's had a couple of swings today that certainly look like he's trying to hit that ball even farther. Riptide have 5 hits so far in this game, as the Saints only have 4. It is 4-0. What have you seen from the Riptide in the past 2 innings to put scores on the board that have been going so well?
Yeah, the offense has been much better. We saw some not great at-bats in the first half of this game. Second at-bat, they got a runner on in Jimmy Sakar on the hit by pitch, and then the offense kind of opened up. Cam Burdick hit a ball hard, and they scored the run. And then this inning, they got another runner on. After the first out, Camden Sauce able to reach, and then the floodgates really opened. Carter Dan struck out, but then Evans a hit. Crandall, the pinch hitter, a hit. Cam Burdick reached on an error. Bradley Navarro a 2 RBI hit, and then the walk from Tiller. So they've just kind of put together much better at bats, and they've made the pitchers work, which they didn't do in the first half of the game, and that's been the reason they're up right now.
So Mason McDonald comes out to the mound. Final line for Iacono. 2/3 of an inning pitched, 3 hits, 3 runs, only 1 earned, a walk, and 2 strikeouts. So it'll be Mason McDonald trying to find the last out. With the bases juiced and 2 outs, Johnny Rodriguez, the left-hander, up to the plate. Big curveball for strike number 1. Looks like it crossed up Kennett back behind the plate, so he's going to want to have a talk with his pitcher out there.
Yeah, it could have been worse. I've seen cross-ups where catcher thinks it's a curveball, and then he sees 99 coming at him. That's kind of the opposite there. Curveball crossed up Kennett, but still, you never want to cross signals with your pitcher.
Just wants to make sure which sign they're going on. Standing on second is Navarro. He's tipped pitches before when he sees him out there. Big swing and a miss. So it's an 0-2 count now with 2 outs in the bases juice. Navarro standing on second. Moving to his right is going to be Burdick on third. And standing on first after the walk is Justin Tiller. At the plate, though, is Rodriguez. Left-handed hitter looking on toward the right-handed pitcher in McDonald. Set to the belt. Deep breath. 0-2. Fouled against the screen. Rodriguez will live to see another pitch, and he's one of those guys who is looking at his chops to try to get another ball inside half of the plate to see if he can put another one 410 feet with bases loaded. But 0-2 count, certainly won't be trying to do that here. Has to protect a little bit. Big wide open stance for him. He closes it up a little bit. 0-2. Chopped out towards second base. Moving over is Lopez. He'll catch, flip toward his right hand, and toss to Snyder at first for out number 3. Riptide strand 3, but end up batting all the way around as as it was 3 hits in that inning, 3 runs, only 1 earned. So coming up next, we'll see if the Riptide can hold on to this 4-run lead, 4-0 as we head to the top of the 7th. Welcome back here, top of the 7th inning. Mike Ersbaumer out on the mound for the Riptide. Welcome back, top of 7. Ersbaumer on the mound for the Riptide, looking on toward Dan Snyder, Keon Moseni, and J.J. Kennett. 3 righties coming up. So 6, 7, 8 for the Saints, who are down 4-0 right now. They need to get on base desperately, as the 1-0 catches inside part of the plate for Ersbaumer. It's a 1-1 count now. Still not a whole lot going on for the Riptide. One guy thrown. We'll see who that is momentarily. Looks like Hunsaker from way up here, but the glasses can't reach too far, so I'll check in a second. 1-1 fouled high in the sky out toward our right, so it'll be a 1-2 count. With no outs, nobody on. Riptide leading currently 4-0 in the top of the 7th. Took a look at his Riley Hunsaker throwing around out there. Ersbaumer getting ready up near his eyes. Finally take a step back. And the 1-2. Well inside, getting out of the way as Snyder has to get that back foot way out of the way. So 2-2 count now. Snyder didn't play yesterday. And so far today hasn't had the best game. Grounded out toward third and struck out. He was the first batter that Ersbaumer faced. Wasn't the prettiest swing of all time. In fact, not the best at all. 2-2 high misses. It'll be a full count.
Yes, Ersbaumer made Snyder look silly his last time up. We'll see if he can repeat that here with a full count.
I was trying to be a little bit nicer, but yes, he did not make him look good. That is for sure. Payoff pitch from Ersbaumer. Sets the red cleats, 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Strikeout number 4 for Ersbaumer in this game. Strikeout number 6 for the Riptide. First batter dropped out on strikes in this top of the 7th inning. Keon Moseni going to come up now for the Saints. It'll actually be a pinch hitter instead. So first pitch to him, outside misses. It'll be Braylon Dritz, we think, at the plate. So he taps both sides, gets ready. We have him down as a right-handed pitcher, but in the left-handed batter's box right now. 1 out, nobody on. 1-1 count, top of 7. Riptide leading 4-0. Ersbaumer continuing to throw down. Drops in a nasty curveball to the outside part of the plate. It'll be a 1-2 count now. So Erspalmer continues to go. He came in during the 4th inning, has pitched great since, only allowed 1 hit. 1 out, nobody on. Middle infield back toward the grass, looked on toward Erspalmer, and his 1-2. Swing and a miss, punched him out. Strike 3 swinging on Dritz, so Erspalmer struck out 2 in a row now. That is number 5 on his day.
Yeah, Erspalmer once again has looked really good on the mound for the Riptide. He hasn't allowed much of anything tonight or in his last time out against the Wave, so Erspalmer going to be a big arm for this Riptide team.
J.J. Kennett up to the plate, right-handed hitter. Watches 0-0 high in the zone for ball number 1. So 1 ball, no strikes. As Erspalmer continues to mow down these Saints hitters. 4-0 is the score, top of 7. 1-0 hit sky high. And calling for it is Jake Evans, normally playing third base. He's standing right now in the outfield grass in shallow right center field. Catches it for out number 3. Quick top of the 7th inning for the Riptide. Bat's going to come right back up now. It will be Luke Johnson, Camden Sauce, and Dan's coming up to the plate when we come back. Bottom of 7, we've had a little bit of time to stretch. As the Riptide currently leading over the Saints 4-0. As it'll be cleanup hitter Luke Johnson coming up. Following him will be Camden Sauce and then Cutter Dance. 2 righties and then a lefty. You've probably heard that from me before. Well, because that's what I said last inning at the bottom of the 6th. These guys right back up. So Johnson today grounded out to third twice as he murders a ball down the third baseline way out in front of it. That one clears the bullpen straight over the top of Riley Hunsaker's head out there for the Riptide. And struck out in its last appearance in the bottom of the 6th to finish my sentence. So an 0-1 count. McDonald back out there to work for the Saints. Throws a ball, so it'll be 1 ball and 1 strike with no outs and nobody on here in the bottom of the 7th. Riptide leading by 4. 1-1. Curveball drops in there, strike number 2. Whole lot of spin rate on that one. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now toward Luke Johnson, looking for his first hit so far in this game. Has a hit and 2 straight. That's in jeopardy of falling. Donald, 1-2. High fastball, got him swinging. Strikeout number 8 on the day for the Saints. And McDonald starting to get going a little bit more. So his second batter faced and retired Rodriguez previously and able to get a strikeout on that one. Camden Sauce now comes at the plate. He's a righty. Had a single in his last at-bat and came around to score for run number 2 for the Riptide. Ducks out of the way of a curveball. So 1 ball and no strikes with 1 out and nobody on.
Yeah, Camden Sauce started that rally last inning for the Riptide. We'll see if he can do that again and extend this lead.
So far today, 1 for 2. A single and a strikeout. Pitch number 2 of this at-bat misses outside. It's a 2-0 count now. Also has a walk, and something that the Saints have done relatively well is not walk Saints hitters. Only 4 walks in this game. 2-0 inside part of the plate. It's 2-1 as Sauce had the bat on his shoulder. The Sauce yesterday went 1 for 4 with a single, came around to score. 2-1. Huge slider. Misses on the outside part of the left-handed batter's box, but Sauce triggered either way, so Kennett wanted to check with Keith Gibbs. He says, no, he did not. So 3-1 count. Sauce all the way in the right-handed batter's box. Skies this one way, way up in the air. Everyone can start counting before this ball finally falls back from space and right under it, just in the infield grass. Catches it for out number 2.
Yeah, and if you're Mason McDonald, John Iacano had a tough inning. Last inning gave up those 3 runs, so McDonald, you're looking to have a clean inning here and still give the Saints some chance. It's only 4-0, so plenty of opportunity to come back, but McDonald looking for that clean inning.
Carter Dans now left-handed batter's box. Fouls one off into the glove of Kennett for strike number 1. One of 3 players not to reach base so far today. 2 strikeouts on his line and grounded out to first base, where Snyder was just able to walk over and touch first. Big swing and a miss. Now McDonald ahead 0-2. 2 outs, nobody on. Riptide leading 4-0 in the bottom of the 7th. Riptide brought across 3 last inning. You mentioned it. Kind of let up 3, only 1 earned though. 0-2, nope, just missed outside corner, though Kennett was ready to walk back to his first base dugout. So it'll be a 1-2 count.
Yeah, Carter Dans has been hot like we've talked about, but Saints pitchers have kept him at bay so far.
Coming into this game on base streak of 2, and right as Mason McDonald goes into his windup, Chris Costello starts walking away. So he'll have to reset that pitch. It's 1-2 count toward Carter Dans. Face up at eye level, or glove up at high level for McDonald. His 1-2 fouled back to our left, so it'll be a 1-2 count once more.
Yeah, you've talked about it, Andrew. Carter Dan's not afraid of a 2-strike count. He's done a good job of battling this summer.
Example that always comes up to mind against the Malibu Marlins when he helped walk that thing off. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Maybe a little bit of contact off the bat, but caught by Kennedy either way. Strikeout number 9 on the day for the Saints. They keep them scoreless in that one. 3 up, 3 down. 2 strikeouts in that inning for Mason McDonald. We'll head to the top of 8 with the Riptide leading 4-0. Welcome back. We'll head to the top of the 8th with the Riptide leading 4-0. They'll try to hold off the Arroyo Seco Saints. It'll be bottom part of the lineup, and Jax Ryan to start things off. He's a right-handed hitter before things turn over. Then it'll be Eli Lopez and Trotter Enright, a righty and then a lefty. So 2 righties and a lefty for the Saints. As coming out to mound now will be Riley Hunsaker, one of the two-way players for this Riptide squad. He'll be standing on the anthill out there 60 feet and 6 inches from home plate and throw his first pitch, which misses low and inside for ball number 1.
Hunsaker's last time out came against the Bombers in their second matchup. He went 1 inning, gave up 2 runs, but they were both unearned, so had to work around some errors.
1-0 misses. It'll be a 2-0 now. That one flew off of Crandall behind the plate. He came in for Jimmy's car just recently. 2-0. This one's grabbed by Crandall, who fires one back to the mound toward Hunsaker. So Riley Hunsaker still looking for his first strike of this ball game, trying to hold things off for the Saints, who's a very, very powerful offense. Can strike at any moment. 3-0 misses high. It'll be a 4-pitch walk. As it was called a strike, the reason I said 4-pitch walk was because Jax Ryan was already down the first baseline. But it'll be a 3-1 either way. Hunsaker will take it. That's his first strike of the day. Jax Ryan gets back into the right-handed batter's box. Fires this one toward the hole. Diving play not made by Johnson. Diving play not made by Sauce. And the ball rolls into left field where Navarro will pick it up and throw it back into play. So a base hit for Jax Ryan. He gets on base either way and pads his stats a little bit. Instead of a walk, it'll be a single for him.
Yeah, and Jax Ryan 3 times on base today, 2 hits and a walk. So doing something for the Saints offense. But if you're Hunsaker, you don't want to give them some hope, as it's still only a 4-0 game. So if they have this leadoff runner on, if they can keep that going, then you feel a little uncomfortable.
Certainly so. Yesterday, they put up 2 in the first. Yeah, that's not necessarily all that much, but the 7 in the second, that's what did most of the damage. Man on first, no outs. First pitch toward the number 1 hitter, Eli Lopez, inside for ball number 1. It'll be a 1-0 count now. So Hunsaker still trying to get going in this top of the 8th, protecting the 4-run lead for the Riptide. He'll kick and fire a 1-0, which finds the backstop all the way as Ryan gets to second. Now going to run for third. A fire from Crandall over toward third base, and he's safe. So a passed ball gets through the legs of Crandall. He can't find it, and just like that, Jax Ryan stands on third, and a possibility for the first run today from the Saints, only 90 feet away.
Yeah, Crandall knew into the game at catcher after pinch hitting, and costly mistake there. See if Hunsaker can work around it.
2-0 misses outside. It's now 3-0. And as a catcher, I used to be behind the dish. It's really hard sometimes when the ball goes in between your legs. If you can't find it immediately, normally it's lost forever. 3-0 inside part of the plate. No swing from Lopez. It catches, so 3-1 now.
Yeah, and especially with the lights and it being dark and a white baseball, it can be hard to pick it up.
Ryan stands on third. This ball is hit out toward left center. It will drop. So Ryan takes a walk toward home. He will cross. It is now 4-1 after the no-out RBI single from Eli Lopez.
And now the Saints feel like they have something going here. They're down by 3 with nobody outs. They only have 6 outs left to work with, but they've got to feel confident. They now overtake the Riptide in hits, so the hitting hasn't been the problem. It's just with those runners in scoring position. So now, if you're the Saints, you feel like you can do something.
Well, yesterday, scored 6 out of the 7 runs. It was a big swing and a miss from Trotter Enright at the left-handed batter's box for strike number 1. They scored 6 of their 7 runs before the Riptide were even able to record 1 out in that second inning. So we'll see what they can do here with no outs, man on first. A 1 count. Another swing and a miss from Enright for strike number 2. It will be no balls and 2 strikes with no outs. Eli Lopez stands on first after his RBI single, bringing around Jax Ryan. It is 4-1 here in the top of the 8th inning. 0-2. Misses low and outside. It'll be a 1-2 count.
Yeah, Hunsaker, he's fallen behind the first two guys and finally ahead to the third guy, so that gives him a little confidence.
Hunsaker will set just below his belt. Look at first at Lopez. Finally, kick fire 1-2. Misses in the right-handed batter's box, just on the chalk line. So 2-2 count now for Hunsaker. Doesn't want to have to throw a strike necessarily, so would love to punch him out here or get a double play ball and free up the bases as Eli Lopez takes the lead at first. Hunsaker, the left-handed pitcher, looks on toward the left-handed hitter. Curveball left over the plate, hit out toward right field to Carter Dans, right into his glove for out number 1. And Lopez will have to retreat back toward first base. So a man on first and now 1 out as Ed Wright will be sat back down.
It's a big out for Hunsaker. Now, one pitch gets you out of the inning. Carter Dans, good play there. Looked like he struggled to find that for a bit, but able to secure it. So now Hunsaker feels a little more comfortable out there.
Initially took 2 steps in, did Dans before taking 3 steps back out to catch that baseball. Jacob Freer now up to the plate, left-handed hitter. His curveball drops in there for strike number 1. Left-handed pitcher in Hunsaker timed up well to come in. Faced 2 righties initially. Now this is his second lefty that he is facing. He'll look over toward first at Lopez, finally set. 0-1. Bounced off the shoulder of Crandall. Moving over to second rather easily will be Eli Lopez on the wild pitch. So it will be a 1-1 count with 1 out and now a man on second in scoring position in Eli Lopez. And before this inning, the Riptide had had no errors, and wild pitch-wise, they had stayed away from that very, very well. So trying not to let this inning compound to anything more with Caden Muckley kind of warming up in the Riptide bullpen. He's a right-handed pitcher. 1-1 misses outside. It's now 2-1 with 1 out and a man on second. Riptide still lead 4-1, but the lead has drawn back a little bit here in the top of the 8th. Arroyo scored their first run of this ball game. That was Jax Ryan, who crossed just a few moments ago. Hunsaker sets, closed stance 2-1. Fouled back against the screen, so Hunsaker now is a 2-2 count. Freer so far today has a single, but he was picked off by Mikey Erspamer, and that was actually the second runner that had been picked off by Erspamer, who, the lefty with a nasty pickoff move, was able to get someone in between second and third, and then as well got someone between first and second. Hunsaker sets. 2-2. Runner goes. Throw from Crandall over to third base. Not in time. Runner comes off the base, but scrambles back to get there. It was a ball to the pitch, so safe all around and no strikeout for the guy at the plate, Jacob Freer. So it'll be a 3-2 count, 1 out on the stolen base from Eli Lopez, who's also now 90 feet away from scoring, making this a 2-run ball game. Hunsaker now comes out of the windup, 3-2, not called, strike 3, just missed on that top right corner inside on Jacob Freer. So now runners on the corners, walk number 4 on the day for the Riptide, and the first time that's happened since the 5th inning. Brian Evans will now come out and try to slow things down a little bit, and we know him. When he walks out, he likes to take his time.
Yeah, definitely giving Hunsaker some time. Now he's going to take him out, so we'll have Caden Muckley coming in. We've only seen Muckley once. It was on opening day, but the good thing if you're Muckley, you do have some runners on, but that runner is on first, so 1 pitch away from getting out of this.
So Hunsaker only goes a third of an inning. Gets the out on the fly ball toward right field. Gives up 2 hits, as well as 2 stolen bases. And it'll be runners on the corner for Caden Muckley. We'll talk about him shortly when we come back. Top of the 8th action between the Riptide and Saints. OC leading 4-1. Welcome back here, top of the 8th. Still, Saints finally getting the offense going. Have brought across a run. It is now 4-1. They're threatening to bring across 2 more, as there are some ducks on the pond. Jacob Freer is one of them. He stands on first after his walk, which ended the day of Riley Hunsaker and Eli Lopez, who had a single earlier in this inning, bringing across Jax Bryan, the only run for the Saints so far. He stands on third after his stolen base. So Caden Muckley now on the mound for the Riptide. Is coming up to the plate will be Jack Little. Reached on a walk back in the first. Other than that, has struck out and flown out toward left field. Muckley will set. And the first pitch. Misses inside for ball number 1.
Caden Muckley, my former Little League teammate down in San Diego, so cool to see him out on the mound.
There you go. I didn't make it far enough in the Little League or playing the right leagues to see anybody too good. I was also only up to 9U, so 1-0. Missed hit low, so 1-1 count now. 1 out. Runners on the corners. 4-1 is your score. OC Riptide leading by 3. They lost yesterday 11-4, so trying to split this home and home between the Saints, or against the Saints, I should say. As Little yesterday, bat 9th, went 2 for 4 with 2 singles and a run, trying to get his first hit so far in this game. Would love to do it here. Muckley raises 1-1. Missed outside. It'll be a 2-1 count now. So Freer kind of dancing around on first. Not that Muckley can see necessarily. He's a right-handed pitcher. Standing on third is Eli Lopez. He's kind of been a little bit more stagnant. 2 runners have been picked off so far today for the Saints. So Muckley will fire 2-1. High and inside on Little, so leans all the way out back, does a limbo, and will make the count 3-1.
Muckley, his last time out on opening day, did struggle with the command. In 1+ innings, had 3 walks, so needs to figure out the strike zone here.
A lot of time for him to get back on the mound. He finally does, and he'll start on the first base side of the runner. Runner goes. Crandall looks on. Nope, it is a walk. So it'll be bases loaded now for Muckley with 1 out. He's going to have to find something here. Hopefully a double play ball if you are Brian Evans looking around. And that is going to be walk number 5 of the day. So Muckley's going to have to figure out how to get out of this jam. And he's going to look at Lane Hayworth, the left-handed hitter, to try and get him out. He's 0 for 3 today. Watch the first pitch go by in the right-handed batter's box, which is unoccupied. So Hayworth, as I said, 0 for 3. Struck out back in the first, flew out to right in the third, and then flew out to left in the 6th.
Looks like Jack O'Malley's loosening up in the Riptide bullpen.
1-0. Fouled high and back toward our left. It will be a 1-1 count. As standing on first is Little. He just walked. Freer also walked. He's out on second. Standing on third is Eli Lopez. He's only 90 feet away from bringing this game back to within 1. So leading run is at the plate for the Saints. Muckley sets high at his chest. 1-1. Outside miss. 2-1 count now. So despite being down by 3, the Saints do have more hits than the Riptide. They have 6, but also have 5 runners left on base. Riptide very similar in that category. Well, a little more. They're at 8. 2-1 from Muckley. Bottom part of the zone, that's a strike. 2-2 count now from him. So double play ball really helps out, gets you out of this inning. A strikeout as well, then, well, you don't really have to worry about any of the hitters or a sac fly. Trying to work away from 2 straight walks. One of those was by Riley Hunsaker. The other one's by him, which loaded up the bases. That's where it is now. Bases juiced, 1 out. 2-2. Hit hard out toward left field. It will drop and roll all the way to the corner. Lopez comes around to score. Freer will also come around to score. Little's going to be the one that you got to worry about. Throw from sauce to home is never in time at all. A rifle into Crandall's stomach. So 3 runs have come across, and just like that, we are tied here at Great Park. Both teams at 4 in the top of the 8th.
Yeah, nightmare inning for the Riptide. The offense was finally getting going. The pitching has been awesome all night until this inning, and the Saints, not a team you want to let back into a game, and they've done that here with still more chances to add on.
A 3 RBI double for Lane Hayworth, who was relatively dormant in this game, and all of a sudden, bam, puts up the tying run, and he's the leading run now, standing on second with Gannon Snyder in the right-handed batter's box. 0-0 outside corner. Muckley recovers. It's now an 0-1 count with 1 out and a man on second, and Lane Hayworth, the guy that if Arroyo Seco wins this game, likely will be the reason why. 4-4, we're in the top of the 8th now. Muckley 0-1. Low in the zone, blocked down by Crandall. It'll be a 1-1 count now. So Snyder in this game also hasn't done a whole lot, but that doesn't mean he can't do damage. He's struck out twice. Those were in his past 2 at-bats, and grounded out to third in his first back in the second. 1 out man on second, 1-1. High, hits the batter in the shoulder. Doesn't love that one as he'll walk around in a circle and over toward his third base coach, but I hit by pitch either way. Muckley struggling with a little bit of control here. It'll be a man on first and second now after that hit by pitch, as Gannon Snyder will walk over to first.
Yeah, we talked about it in Muckley's last appearance. He pitched 1 full inning and then pitched it into the second, but couldn't get an out and had 3 walks and gave up a run there. So definitely control has been an issue, but again, hasn't pitched since opening day, so hasn't seen a lot of batters.
So Crandall will fix up his shin guards and try to slow things down. As coming up to the plate will be Braylon Dritz. He struck out in his last appearance, a two-way player. So he's a right-handed pitcher, but stands in the left-handed batter's box with an open stance in the Nike black shoes way in the back of it, all the way against the chalk line. Hayworth on second, Snyder on first. Muckley 0-0. Hits outside corner, strike number 1. So 0-1 count with 1 out and a man on first and second. It is 4-4 now in the top of the 8th, as the Saints have brought across all their runs so far in this top of 8. Muckley sets high at the chest, looks back towards second at Hayworth, and fires an 0-1. Low in the zone, misses 1-1.
Yeah, Muckley going to have to find a way to come into the zone here. You can get out of this inning with 1 pitch, so trust your defense behind you.
Big right-handed pitcher Jack O'Malley warming up in the Riptide bullpen. So possibly going to use pitcher number 3 in this top of the 8th inning. Earlier was Hunsaker. He only made it 1 out. Muckley, still yet to get 1. And it will be a balk on Muckley. So now you got an open base if you're scared to throw to Gannon Snyder as the runners move toward second and third. Snyder on second, Hayworth on third. Everyone comes in toward the infield grass, middle infield, and corners as well. 1-1. Jammed inside, off the inside part of the bat and against the screen. It'll be a 1-2 count now. 1 out, men on second and third. So Braylon Dritz trying to play a huge factor in this game to give the Saints a lead. See what the Riptide have to say about it. Bottom part of their order coming up shortly. 7, 8, 9 for them. 1-2. Low and inside, blocked down by Crandall. It'll be a 2-2 count.
Huge play from Crandall there. We saw earlier that in this inning, actually, that pitch that got past him and allowed the runner to advance to third, who came in to score. So big block from him to keep the runners where they are.
Muckley still looking for his first out of this top of the 8th. It is 1 out, though. Hunsaker got 1. 2-2, swung on and missed. A big strike 3. He got his first out of the inning. It is now 2 outs in this top of the 8th with a runner on second and third, as Brian Evans will take a trot out, or a slow walk, I should say. And Huon, you're tapping on your wrist. Do you think it's time for O'Malley?
Yeah, I think clearly Muckley hasn't had the most control today. We've already seen Hunsaker as Evans is going to take the ball from Muckley, so it will be O'Malley, but clearly did get that strikeout there, but just clearly was pretty wild all over the place, hit a guy in a bad spot and walked a guy. So you don't want to get this more out of hand than it is. And O'Malley had a good outing his last time, so they trust him to get one out.
So he gets his first strikeout of this game, the only one he will get. 8 strikeouts now for the Riptide pitchers. It'll be 2 outs, men on second and third for Jack O'Malley here in the top of the 8th. 4-4 is your score. We'll be back here shortly at Great Park. Welcome back here, top of the 8th. It's time for Jack O'Malley to step back out in a 4-4 ball game. It'll be his first time coming in a little bit of time. He'll be replacing Muckley, who was only able to go a third of an inning, and before him, Hunsaker only able to go a third of an inning. His first pitch misses, ball number 1. So 2 outs. It'll be runners on second and third for the Saints, who have put up 4 in this top of the 8th so far. As O'Malley opening stance, lifts the knee, 1-0. High misses. It'll be a 2-0 count now toward right-handed hitter J.J. Kinnett. He's the only person that hasn't hit so far in this top of the 8th inning. So a little bit scary for this Riptide. Don't want to let the Saints hit all the way around. They'll definitely put runs up on you then. 2-0 misses low and inside. So O'Malley possibly going to let up a 4-pitch walk to start things off, which is not what you want. There's already been 2 walks so far in this inning. 1 from Hunsaker, 1 from Little. Speaking of Hunsaker, we have his final line, 1/3 inning pitch. 2 hits, 3 runs, all earned, a walk and no strikeouts. 3-0 misses well outside, so a 4-pitch walk and now a runner on, and officially the Saints have batted around. It was a free base, though. But you don't want Jax Ryan to come up. He had a single to start this inning off. Walk number 6 in this game for the Riptide. We've had a little bit of control issue. Outfield shifting a little bit toward their left. Burdick moving out toward a little bit left center. Dan's moving well into right center. First pitch, high and inside toward Jax Ryan. Ball number 1. 1-0 count, bases juiced, 2 outs, top of the 8th. We're tied 4-4.
Yeah, and O'Malley's last outing, no walks. Did give up 2 hits, but worked around him. But so far tonight, like the rest of the pitchers in this inning, has not been able to find the zone.
Number 5 for the Riptide today. Curveball will be 6 straight ball for Jack O'Malley, yet to throw a strike. It'll be a 2-0 count. It's a big right-hander. Has somewhat struggled for control previously. Continuing to be a little bit of a theme today as he's thrown 6 straight balls, trying to not make it 7 toward the 9-hitter in Jax Ryan. Don't want the lineup to turn over. That one finally gets the curveball to snap over the top. It'll be a 2-1 count now with 2 outs and the bases loaded.
Yeah, control was an issue for O'Malley this year at Bucknell. In two and a thirds innings, he had 9 walks, so definitely someone that can walk him.
2-1. Another good curveball in the zone. 2-2 count now. So looking around the bases, standing on first is J.J. Kennett. And then looking at second is Gannon Snyder. And at third is Lane Hayworth. At the plate, though, Jax Ryan, he's looking to bring runs across. 2-2. Got him swinging. Big strikeout from Jack O'Malley. Doesn't let the Saints get the lead, but a whole lot of damage done. Saints bring across 4 in that inning. And, well, it was on 3 hits and no errors. 3 left on base, though, so we'll head to the bottom of the 8th. How will the Riptide respond is the real question. Head to the bottom of the 8th. 4-4 ball game. So, bottom of the 8th now, after the Riptide let up 4 runs. We are tied 4-4, bottom of 8. It's also the bottom of the lineup for the Riptide, but it doesn't mean you don't got some good hitters coming up to the plate. You got Jake Evans, who's a righty, and then Crandall coming up as well. He's a right-handed swinger, and Cam Burdick, another right-handed hitter. All 3 today have reached on base, so we'll see what McDonald, the right-handed pitcher, has to say about it, as his first pitch of this bottom of the 8th, high in the zone, misses. 1-0 count, no outs, nobody on. Tie ball game, 4-4. Evans, a single so far in this game, came across to score. 1-0 misses in left-handed batter's box. It will be a 2-0 count. And came across to score in the 6th. That was when the Riptide scored 3 runs. So McDonald looking at to not let that happen. 2-0. High misses, 3-0 count. So Evans is working a good count here. He got on base for the 5th straight game today. In general, on base percentage, .556. Looking to move that number up. 3-0 hits him high and inside in the shoulders as the Riptide dugout. They all cheer for that one. He'll walk over to first base on a hit-by pitch.
That's a really good at-bat for Jake Evans. You gave up the lead in the last inning, and the game is now tied. You want to get that lead runner on and get this offense going again like they did 2 innings ago. So Evans getting on there is a big first step.
Evans now the most hit batter for this Riptide squad at 4. Up to the plate now will be Zach Crandall, the catcher, as he gets ready. Watches Pitch number 1, catch outside corner, strike number 1, 0-1 count. No outs, man on first. That's Jake Evans. He's a speedster. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go. 0-1, catches outside corner, strike number 2. It's an 0-2 count. So Crandall at risk of striking out here toward McDonald. He already has 2 in this game. Looking for number 3. Sets the belt. 0-2. Straight over the head of Crandall. Wild pitch. On goes Evans towards second base. The leading run now stands only a left turn away from home plate.
Yeah, Zach Crandall in a big spot here. Good year this past year, right in his backyard at UC Irvine. Hit .327, so he has the ability to come up in a big spot.
So the Anteater, wearing the Riptide jersey right now, steps into the back of the right-handed batter's box and looks on 1-2. High inside, misses, works a 2-2 count now. As Crandall yesterday went 0 for 3. Not his best. He walked in his second plate appearance and then struck out in his final 2. Today, though, has reached on a walk. Would love it here. 2-2. Fouled back against the screen. He's staying alive for another pitch. McDonald has worked pretty well so far. Retired 4 out of the 5 batters he's faced. The only one he hasn't retired is standing on second base. His name is Jake Evans. He's got on base twice today. Other one was due to a single. But the man at the plate is Crandall. 2-2. Just misses outside. As Kennett says, man, that was a good pitch. But Chris Koslow, our home plate umpire, didn't think so. So it's a full count now with no outs and a man on second. Tie ball game 4-4 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Zach Crandall waves the hands near the ears, gets ready for the payoff pitch. Way high, it will be a walk, and moving over to third will be Jake Evans. That ball goes all the way to the backstop. Runners out in the corners now, no outs. Bottom of the 8th inning, we're all tied, and it will be Cam Burdick coming up to the plate.
Cam Burdick did it in a big spot twice today. He doubled with a runner on his last at-bat, and then in the 5th inning, and then his last at-bat with the bases loaded, he hit a ground ball, but it turned into an error that brought some runs home. So Burdick comfortable in this spot, and Zach Crandall, that spot in the lineup, has gotten on base every time today. Jimmy Zakar walked and got hit by a pitch, and then 2 walks for Crandall. So the 8th spot in the lineup doing good things for the Riptide.
The 8 and the 9 have only not gotten on base once, and it was due to a strikeout from Burdick back in the 3rd inning. That was the only time he didn't reach on base today, as he watched the first pitch miss in the other batter's box. 1-0 count. It was walk number 5 on the day for the Saints pitchers. So normally have a lot of control. Today, not necessarily. No outs, runners on the corner, 1-0. Curveball high in the zone. It misses. Evans is on the way. He gets through standing. Riptide now lead 5-4 in the bottom of the 8th.
And Jake Evans doing it himself, and Mason McDonald doing it to himself. 3 wild pitches in this inning advanced Evans all the way around. So now Riptide get gifted the lead.
5-4 here in the bottom of the 8th. Moving to second base, he is Zach Crandall. He's only a left turn away from making it a 2-run game. 5-4. Counts 2-0 toward Cam Burdick. He watches that one fly high in the sky. 3-0 count now. As that one almost over Burdick's head, that 2-0 pitch. And he's a tall guy out there at the plate. So we'll see if the green light's on for him. I assume it's a big red stop sign. And a 3-0. Inside, it'll be a walk for Burdick. Turning the lineup over, and now Bradley Navarro will step up to the plate here in the bottom of the 8th with the Riptide leading 5-4, and no outs, man on first and second.
Andrw Citron getting loose for the Saints, so we'll see how long of a leash McDonald has.
Citron actually pitched last night, had an inning that he went 1 hit, 1 run that was earned, had a walk and a strikeout, as there will be a mound visit. And, yeah, I think that's probably the right call. Evans got on due to a hit by pitch. He came all the way around to score due to wild pitches. Then Crandall got on due to a walk. He's now standing on second. He's the closest one to scoring for the Riptide. Burdick gone via a walk. He's standing on first, so has a whole lot of left turns before he can come around to score in this 5-4 ball game. As Navarro kind of waiting around for his chance, a switch hitter who will be stepping no doubt into the left-handed batter's box, where we've seen him most so far this year. So far today, popped out to second base, reached on an error to shortstop, was stranded out at first base though, grounded out to second as well, and then a single back in the sixth. That's his only hit so far today, but it was a 2 RBI single.
Yeah, Navarro definitely the guy you want up if you're the Riptide. Coach Evans said he's in that leadoff spot for a reason, and he's been their best hitter this summer, and he comes up in a big spot, a chance to really blow this game open with nobody out.
Hasn't struck out in his past 23 plate appearances now. He takes a deep breath, looks at his black bat, and will step into the left-handed batter's box with no outs and a man in first and second. The guy on first is Cam Burdick, and the man on second is Zach Crandall. McDonald stands back out on the mound. 0-0. High, no good. It will be a back pick from the catcher, Kennett, who fires one toward Crandall. Easily gets back to second base. Haven't seen the catcher try to back pick someone at second in quite a bit of time, but maybe a designed play there from the Saints. Either way, it's a 1-0 count now toward Navarro. Donald looks back towards second. Does it again. 1-0. High. This one barely catches the top of Kennett's glove. A little bit of a snow cone brings it back in. It'll be a 2-0 count now. And even if you do deal with Navarro, you got a man in Justin Tiller, another left-handed hitter who has been on fire this year, and he's got some pop in the bat as well. So a very, very tough couple of outs here that will come from Mason McDonald. We'll see how he faces. Sets at the belt. 2-0. High is ball number 3, so a 3-0 count toward left-handed hitter Bradley Navarro. He has a 6-game on-base streak. Mark that down for 7, as he's reached twice today, once via an error and once on a single. That was his last at-bat. So we'll see if Navarro wants to swing with 3-0. Burdick didn't. Huon's shaking no. I agree. 3-0. Thinks about going, doesn't. Curveball and low in the zone. It catches it. It'll be a 3-1 count.
Yeah, no reason to swing if you're Navarro. Nobody out. Runners on base, so you know he's going to come in with a strike, but you have a lot of pitches to play with, so no reason to give up and out there.
Here's a pitch that Navarro is probably going to want. It's a 3-1 count. Men on first and second. No outs. Misses outside right-handed batter's box. Loads them up with no outs for Justin Tiller. That's going to be dangerous. So it's walk number 7 now for the Saints. And the day will be done for Mason McDonald, who lets up 4 batters in this inning. One has come across to score. That was Jake Evans. And all 4 of the batters who have reached have been not due to a hit, but instead due to a walk or a hit by pitch. So day is done now for McDonald. Riptide are currently leading 5-4. We'll be back here in the bottom of the 8th to introduce you to the new pitcher for Arroyo Seco. Welcome back here. Bottom of the 8th action. Riptide have brought across one in this inning. That's just enough to have the lead for now. It is 5-4. But the new pitcher in Andrw Citron, he's going to have some work to do. He came in last night to close things out. Had 1 inning pitched, 1 hit, 1 run. It was earned. Had a walk and a strikeout. But it's a new day for him. But still has to face Justin Tiller, who's coming up with the bases loaded and no outs. Infield all toward the infield grass. Corners playing especially in. First pitch toward Tiller. Inside part of the plate for strike number 1.
And boy, is Justin Tiller who you want up right now. The single season home run record for Cypress this past year with 22. So he can blow this game open.
Bases juiced. 0-1. Big swing and a miss. It is now an 0-2 count on Justin Tiller. So looking around the base paths, it's Zach Crandall, the Anteater, standing on third. Cam Burdick out there on second, and Bradley Navarro on first. Citron just trying to get out of this jam. Strikeout here would be absolutely massive because his double play ball then ends it. 0-2. High misses up at the eye level on Tiller. 1-2 count now, no outs. Bases are loaded. So Riptide currently leaving 5-4. That was Jake Evans, who moved from first all the way to home on 3 wild pitches. That was the first batter of this inning. Citron raises 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big strikeout for Andrw. Citron sits down Justin Tiller, but he is not out of the woods just yet, as it's going to be Jonathan Rodriguez stepping up to the plate, who yesterday hit a 410-foot bomb that came off the bat at 97 miles an hour. So a chance for him to get his first hit of the day.
But if you're Citron, Rodriguez did ground into a double play his first time up to end that inning, so it has happened before.
Certainly would not like to do that here. 1 out, bases are loaded still. Rodriguez up to the plate. Struck out twice, has hit into a double play. Citron just trying to get out of this, only with 1 run allowed in this bottom of the 8th inning. Rodriguez takes and looks on the inside. Ball number 1, it's a 1-0 count. Citron didn't allow that run, though. It was Mason McDonald who did. He struggled to bring that curveball down into the zone. Missed it high a few times. 1-0 misses right-handed batter's box. It's a 2-0 count now with 1 out and the bases loaded. So Rodriguez, the left-handed hitter, struggling today. Yesterday, as I said, certainly did well. Went 2 for 5 with a double, a home run, 3 RBIs, and obviously came around, I should say, walked around the bases basically on that home run. Didn't do a whole lot as it brought the score between 9-2. Arroyo Seco was winning. 2-0 fouled back against the screen. So now it'll be a 2-1 count.
Yeah, Rodriguez got a pitch there, and he just missed it. If I'm Citron, I wouldn't throw that again. Rodriguez definitely looking to maybe not put one out, but definitely find a gap.
Right-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter. Rodriguez with a huge open stance. Left foot all the way up to the near chalk line. Back foot all the way to the back almost. He steps in now, 2-1. Hit out towards center field. Coming in will be Little. It will drop in front of him for a base hit. Coming in from third is going to be Crandall. He will score. Everyone moves a base, and the Riptide are now winning 6-4 after the single from Rodriguez brings Zach Crandall across.
Yeah, really good at-bat there from Rodriguez, although Jack Little in center field had me fooled. I thought that he was going to catch that, so it falls in, but Rodriguez, heck of an at-bat. He was getting big, trying to hit that home run, and then had to shorten up, and he did a great job.
I initially thought he was going to run into that ball and try to fire out Crandall at the plate, and Crandall thought so also. He was tagging and waiting. First pitch of the at-bat toward Luke Johnson is low in the zone. It's a 1-0 count. Johnson as well, one of those power hitters. He, against the Philippines in his last time he played, went 2 for 3 with a single, a double, 2 stolen bases, came across to run or a score 3 times and was hit by a pitch twice. So that's a huge stat line as he was hit by a pitch there, it looks like. Maybe off his bat they're going to look. So that currently sits at 2-0 count with 1 out. Bases are juiced as the Riptide are leading 6-4 in this bottom of the 8th. Umpires will converge near the pitcher's mound. As of now, it looks like it's not a hit by pitch, though Luke Johnson was jumping out of the way. So far today has grounded out to third twice. That was in the second and fourth, and in his last 2 at-bats has struck out. The first one was a backwards K on 3 straight pitches. So Riptide trying to bring across a few more. Runners, 3 ducks on the pond. Burdick stands on third, as Navarro stands on second, and Rodriguez is over on first. He just had that RBI single, which brought across Zach Crandall. Umpires say it didn't hit him, so we're at a 2-0 count now with 1 out, and the bases loaded. Riptide leading 6-4 in the bottom of the 8th. Citron still trying to get going. Came in recently. Only faced 2 batters so far. Curveball catches outside part of the plate. It's 2-1 count now. In the past 2 batters that Citron's faced, has struck out 1. That was the 10th strikeout for the Saints pitchers so far. And then gave up a single to Johnny Rodriguez, who's over at first base now. He has to deal with Luke Johnson, the right-handed hitter. Right-hander Citron kicks, fires. Another curveball. Ooh, just missed low. 2-2 count now. I think Johnson might have gotten a little bit away with 1, but it's been a really tight strike zone today from Chris Kostlow behind home plate.
Yeah,
So
I definitely thought that was a strike, but Johnson lives to fight.
So a full count now, 1 out, bases juiced. Luke Johnson trying to get the Riptide going more. Hits this ball really hard out to left field. It will slow down finally toward Hayworth at the warning track, who rifles a ball in, but tagging around will be Burdick to score. I thought that ball was way gone off the bat as he hit that one way up in the air, but a run comes across to score either way. 7-4 Riptide lead with 2 outs and a man on first and second.
Yeah, good at bat from Johnson. Kind of got bailed out by the strike zone there and hit it hard, and did a job to bring that run home, and that's what you want. If you can't get that big swing, just keep the runs moving, so a good job from Johnson.
So runners on first and second now. Rodriguez on first. Navarro still on second. As coming around to score was Cam Burdick at third. 2 straight RBIs for the Riptide. Luke Johnson on a sac fly to left field, and Johnny Rodriguez on the single toward right center. First pitch of the at-bat toward the righty. Camden Sauce is well inside. It's a 1-0 count now with 2 outs. Men on first and second. Riptide leading 7-4. They've put across 3 in this bottom half of the 8th, so have responded to the Saints, who scored all 4 of their runs in the top half of this 8th inning. Citron comes set 1-0 high, as Kennett looked like he wanted to come up firing back towards second at Navarro. Nobody covering, though, so a 2-0 count. O'Malley still warming, or I guess trying to keep warm, as he came in at the top of the 8th to end that last 1/3 for the Riptide. 2-0. Well inside, it's a 3-0 count now. So Citron in danger of loading things back up, as Carter Dans is kind of swinging around. He's hoping he can get back up with 2 outs. Men on first and second. It's a 3-0 count. Citron got to throw one close here. Sauce at the plate, watches that go by, flips his bat over toward the on-deck circle, but it was called a strike by Chris Kostlow, so it'll be a 3-1 count. Sauce says, hey, that's my bad. It was a delayed strike call, as we've heard from Kostlow quite a bit today. Either way, 3-1 count, 2 outs, man on first and second. 7-4 Riptide lead here in the bottom of the 8th. 3-1. High. Now Sauce can flip his bat, so he will wander over to first. It is now bases loaded yet again with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Riptide leading by 3. Will it be enough, though, is the real question. How many do they need to put up in order to kind of stay away from the Saints, one of the most powerful offensive teams that we see in the CCL, North and South?
I mean, you'd think that 3 would be enough, but they were up 4, and that lead went away pretty quickly. So Carter Dan's up. He's done it before in the clutch, so bases loaded. You do have 2 outs, but if you can get a base hit and maybe bring 2 more home, I think you'd feel comfortable.
So another walk in this bottom of the 8th. 4th one we've seen so far. There was a hit by pitch as well. Carter Dan's up to the plate now. Watches pitch number 1, low and outside. It's a 1-0 count with 2 outs, men all around the bases. And Dan's in the left-handed batter's box, looking toward the right-hander, Andrew Citron. Dan settles in. 1-0. Misses right-handed batter's box. It's a 2-0 count now. And it's been a little bit too much time, but it'll be a mound visit for the Saints to try to slow things down for the left-hander Dans. He struck out 3 times today, but a very efficient hitter. Had a triple in his last appearance against the Philippines. He went 1 for 2 in that game. Also had an RBI and 2 walks. So this is just to slow the pace down a little bit. Try to make Dans think maybe a little too much about this, as they still got a pitcher throwing in Arroyo Seco's bullpen. Everyone will retreat, or I should say just Kennett retreats.
Yeah, big spot for Dan's coming up. He's got 3 strikeouts today, but all would be forgotten if he can come up clutch here.
Garrett McGugan out in the pen for the Saints. He might have to come in. Would prefer not to. 2-0, hit right back up the middle off of the knees of Citron. It will roll out toward the first baseline. Run comes across to score. That is Bradley Navarro. So it's now 8-4 as Carter Dans, who had a silent bat so far, rips one right off of the knee of Andrew Citron. It is now 8-4 Riptide lead. They counteract the 4 runs put up by the Saints in the top half of this inning. They put up 4 of their own.
Yeah, that's got to hurt if you're Andrew. Citron's happened to me many times, comebackers. Not fun, but for Carter Dans, like I said, the 3 strikeouts, but he would feel good about himself coming through there, hit that ball really, really hard. Got robbed of potentially another RBI because it hit Citron, but that's a good at-bat from Carter Dans.
So a marathon of an 8th inning just keeps on going. Both teams have now batted all the way around. Evans is at the plate, watches the 0-0 miss outside corner in the dirt. So at a 1-0 count with 2 outs, still bases loaded. We're going to recap. Dans is on first. Sauce is on second. Rodriguez is on third. Right-handed hitter Evans at the plate. Right-handed pitcher Citron misses. 2-0 count now.
Yeah, we started this inning with Evans, the hit by pitch, and then he came around on wild pitches, so now he can cash in again.
3 wild pitches from Mason McDonald. So was able to kind of freely walk around the bases. It's now a 3-0 count. And maybe time for McGugan to get in here. One of the Saints throwers out there. As Citron, he pitched yesterday in the game. Did pretty well. 1 inning pitched, only allowed 1 hit and 1 run. Just not the same luck today. 3-0. Low in the zone. It's a 4-pitch walk. Brings across a run. So now Rodriguez will cross. That's 5 runs in this bottom of the 8th inning. Riptide now lead 9-4.
Another good at-bat from Jake Evans as we're going to have a pitching change. And baseball is a funny sport. The pitching for both of these teams very good until the end of the game. And we've had a lot of pitching changes back and forth. So an interesting game. We'll see if the Saints can respond again if they get out of this inning.
So the Riptide are leading 9-4 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's still not over, though. We will introduce the new pitcher when we come back. Welcome back here, bottom of the 8th, and the Saints aren't out of it just yet. Garrett McGuigan coming out to the mound with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Going to have to face Zach Crandall, new addition to this Riptide squad, to try to get the final out and stop the bleeding. It is 9-4 now in the bottom of the 8th. The Riptide have put up 5 in this inning and have batted all the way around. First pitch of the at-bat, well high. Huon, what do you have on McGuigan so far this season?
Yeah, he's got 2 innings. He's given up 2 runs in those innings, had 3 hits and 3 walks, so can be wild, which is not what you want if you're the Saints right now.
Misses the first one high, so it's a 1-0 count, and here it comes. Finds the strike zone, evens up at 1-1. So we have a final line from someone who had let up a few base runners, so we had to see how many runs came across. It was McDonald, 1 1/3 innings pitched, 0 hits, but 4 runs all earned, 2 walks and 2 Ks. 1-1 from McGuigan. Hit high in the sky out toward right field. Moving over there is Snyder, getting called off by the second baseman. Lopez will catch it for out number 3, but not before a whole lot of damage was done. It is 9-4. The Riptide now lead by 5 as we head to the top of the 9th. Arroyo Seco needs to find 5 runs and 3 outs. They were able to do that easily yesterday. And in that second inning, we'll see what they can do today. Heading to top of 9. Top of 9, Jack O'Malley back out there, possibly in a situation where he can get the win in this game. It is 9-4 right now in the top of 9. So O'Malley currently in the line for the win, as there's no outs and nobody on in the top of the 9th. 9-4. First pitch from O'Malley misses high. It is 1-0 count toward the top of the order. Eli Lopez, one of the right-handed hitters for this lineup, stepping up first. Misses way outside. It's 2-0 count now. Lopez so far today, 2 singles. Came across to score on one of them. Has a stolen base and an RBI as well. Going to need to do a lot. We'll need to see a repeat of the second inning yesterday for the Saints, where they were able to put up 7, 6 of which were before the first out was casted. 2-0 from O'Malley. Huge swing and a miss from Lopez. Looked like he was trying to get all 5 of those runs in one swing right there. So it'll be a 2-1 count now with no outs and nobody on. O'Malley will set at the chest. Look on toward his catcher Crandall. Lift leg 2-1. Outside corner catches it. It's a 2-2 count now. So Riptide put up 5 in response to the Saints 4 in that 8th inning. Both teams hit all the way around. Riptide trying to stop that from happening in this top of the 9th. 2-2. Curveball hit hard out down the third base line. Well, foul. So it'll be a 2-2 count once more.
O'Malley got out of the inning in the 8th, but didn't look super comfortable out there. Threw some pitches during the bottom half to kind of get his mojo, so see if he has a clean inning here.
No, that's nobody on. O'Malley right-handed pitcher against Eli Lopez, right-handed hitter. Launches one over the head of Chris Giesler, home plate umpire. 3-2 count now. It is full. O'Malley would love to keep bases empty and not have to worry at all. As Trotter Enright is swinging around in the on-deck circle, getting ready to go. He's a left-handed hitter. So right-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter has the matchup he wants. 3-2. Curveball hits sky high out towards second base. Calling for it is Evans. He moves in toward the infield grass and secures 2 outs to go for the Riptide to split the home and home between the Arroyo Seco Saints.
Yeah, it's a big first out for Jack O'Malley. You did score those 5, and you have a 5-run lead, but we've seen that leads aren't safe tonight, so getting that first out and not letting the Saints get some hope is huge for O'Malley.
So 1 out, nobody on. Riptide leading 9-4 in this top of the 9th. O'Malley throws a missile into the right-handed batter's box. Good thing that Trotter Enright wasn't standing in there. That one would have hurt. Well, it is a 1-0 count with 1 out now. So not to try to jinx anything, but if the Riptide were able to get out of this one unscathed, it would be the first time since Game 2 against the Foresters where they wouldn't have an error out in the field. And man, has that meant a lot, as in the past 3 games they're, I think, at 9 errors, so averaging 3 a game, which is rather dismal. It is a 2-0 count with 1 out and nobody on. O'Malley sets, fires. Well inside, so a 3-0 count now. And Trotter Enright looking to get on base for the 3rd time today. Reached in the first due to a fielder's choice. Or instead he was thrown out, so trying to reach for the 2nd time in this game. Ended up reaching due to a single in the 3rd. O'Malley, 3-0. Curveball in there. No swing from Enright, who was just trying to get on base. Kept the bat on the shoulders. 3-1 count. Another lefty is trying to get ready in the on-deck circle. That is Jacob Freer. He's reached twice. Single and a walk is the 3-1. Fouled against the screen. O'Malley, yet again, going to have a payoff pitch here. So, Enright trying to work with the last 2 outs. They need 5 runs. It's 9-4 here in the top of the 9th. Deep breath from O'Malley. Middle infield is all the way at the grass. Third base is Johnson. He's well off third base bag. Everyone shifted a little bit to the right. 3-2 hit right back up to the middle and into center field for a base hit. Burdick will grab with the red glove and throw to the infield. So a 1-out single starting to get things going for the Saints is Trotter Enright, but they still have a long way to go. They need to find 5 runs. It is 9-4 in the top of the 9th.
Yeah, the good thing about that is O'Malley can now end this game with 1 pitch, but you never want to let those runners on, especially with how this game has gone. You want to eliminate as many batters as you can for the Saints, not let them think that they have a chance. So this is going to be a big at-bat for both Freer and O'Malley.
You said it, Freer at the plate. He's DH today. Has reached on a single and a walk. 1-out man on first. That's Enright. 0-0 outside corner, strike number 1. You talk about how the Saints offense is dangerous. Today when they hit around, they put up 4 runs. Yesterday when they hit around in 1 less batter, they put up 7. O'Malley sets the chest. Takes a while, 0-1. Runner goes, hit out toward right field. Dans looks like he's there, walks backwards, finally makes the catch. It's 2 outs, and retreating back to first base is Trotter Enright, who easily had that stolen base, but has to go back to first. So the Saints need to find 5 runs in the final 1 out now. It is 2 outs and a man on first. Riptide leading 9-4 in the top of the 9th. O'Malley in line for the win currently, as the Riptide and Saints likely going to split this home and home. Yesterday, we were in Pasadena. It was an 11-4 win for Arroyo Seco. Today has been somewhat of a different story. Runner goes on the first pitch. Throw down from Crandall is sent into center field. Nobody's covering second base. Enright steals second and easily goes over to first, as nobody was standing on second base. So an easy stolen base from Enright before the error, I guess, on Crandall, who just let one fly out towards second base. So a man on third now with 2 outs. Still 5 runs need to be found, though, with Jack Little at the plate.
Yeah, if you're Crandall, you got to know the situation. That runner doesn't matter at all. No one's going to cover. I don't know why he threw that, but hopefully it doesn't matter for O'Malley.
O'Malley well on the first base side of his rubber out there, 60 feet and 6 inches from home plate. 1-0. 1-0, bounces in the dirt. It's at the feet of Crandall, does a full spin. Runner does not decide to come home in Enright. Huon, you were pointing at that baseball as Crandall's already had one issue where can't find it. So it is a 1-1 count with 2 outs. Jack Little at the plate. He walked in his last appearance. Struck out the time before that. That was in the 6th inning, and then walked back in the first as well. 1-1. In the dirt, Crandall blocked it down. It is a 2-1 count now with 2 outs. Man on third in Trotter Enright. Riptide leading 9-4 in the top of the 9th. So despite Riptide leading by 5, the Saints have out-hit them. Currently, it is 8-7 in the Saints' favor, but just haven't had the runs come across the score tonight. 2-1, big swing and a miss. It is a 2-2 count now with 2 outs. And the Riptide are 1 strike away from ending this one and beating a very, very good Saints team who are currently 4-1 and are winning in a game that's looming over everyone's head against the Foresters. They've played 7 innings, but it was a rain delay, so they'll have to have played 2 more later. 2-2. Got him looking. Riptide beat the Saints in a huge win. 9-4 is your final score. Jack O'Malley slams the door shut on the Saints, and the Riptide take the win. Huon, just absolutely massive win today for the Riptide. The Saints and OC split the home and home. What did you see from today's game? Obviously, pitching was a strong suit, and then hitting later on. What was something that stood out to you?
Yeah, I think it's just overall the game. A lot of games like that really define a team. You go up in a sort of a big lead, you give it back pretty immediately, and then you immediately respond to that. So I think a lot of teams, they get into that situation where they give up that lead and they kind of freeze and they freak out, and then the team ends up losing. And this time, the Riptide responded in a great way, able to win against a really good team that destroyed them last night. So a really good team win. I think the pitching for the first half of the game, Ersbommer was really good, Van Ness was really good, and then the offense, who was cold for the first half of the game, really woke up. A lot of guys had much stronger at-bats. They hit around once, and they had some really good at-bats. So I think it was a tough game to win. These are tough back-and-forth games, but they did a good job. When one part of the game broke apart, the other part of the game stepped up, and the defense, which we talked about, was really good today. So I think overall this is a really impressive win for the Riptide.
So Riptide win it 9-4. Taking a look back to yesterday's game really quick, obviously the Saints put up 9 runs in those first 2 innings. Other than that, in the final 15 innings of this home and home, so yesterday in the last 6 of yesterday's game, the Riptide won 13-6. So overall have been doing it pretty well in the later stage of yesterday's game, and obviously in today. It's time for us to say thank you, and we will see you later here shortly. Final line from this game, Riptide, 9 runs, 7 hits. An error was marked down for them. I don't have that necessarily in my scorebook, but 4 runs come across for the Saints. 8 hits for them, 2 errors. We will see you tomorrow on a Father's Day. See you then.